So hello and welcome to what is the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club monthly final for December, and it's the final show for 2025. It's been a year that's seen two champions crowned in the World Championships for the UCI, the World Championships. We've seen the MyWhoosh Championships in the summer, and we've had the Sunday Race Club each and every week.
Do you know what else we also did? We went to 6 categories.
We did indeed go 6 categories. There's going to be lots more about the Sunday Race Club to come. Each and every Sunday, the monthly Sunday Race Club is continuing, bringing you the race action. Myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin. Emma's in the studio here with me once again. And Emma, we're going back to what is one of my favourite routes, so much so I actually went and rode it this week. It is Switzerland. Not Switzerland in person, but Switzerland on the race club.
We are going to Switzerland. We're going to Zurich. And we start right bang in the middle of Zurich town centre. We have 35 kilometres of racing for the women, 712 metres of climbing. Not quite 2 full laps of the course, but it is a great, great course that they're racing today. They come out at the start pen, and at the 1.7 kilometre marker, that is where the first climb of the day starts. 4 categorised climbs today, 2 of them in quick succession. The Lindenhof climb coming out of Zurich city centre, and then the Wittiken climb, the longer climb of the 2, but not quite, it doesn't have the nasty sting in the tail that the first one does. Then we transition across the plateau at the top, and it is not at all flat. There are some very technical and strategic points on the top of that climb. We do the big descent down and the run in towards the city centre again, and that is a massive headwind today. And then we go out on the 2 climbs again at the start of the second lap, and at the end of the Wittiken climb, that finish line is around 500 metres away. So it is a big climb. It's a double climb for the finish today.
And one of the key things here today that I think our riders are going to have to bear in mind is that this is the first time we've been here with the wind taking effect on those climbs. I think that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. But a tailwind across the top of the plateau will make things a little bit easier. 6 race categories, as Emma said, is one of the things that happened when we came to MyWhoosh in the Sunday Race Club, and that includes, of course, more riders, more teams. This week in our December finals, 5 teams taking to our start line in Category 6. 4 teams of 5 riders, the maximum possible. Cycling District Alpha, the FCC Cadence Crew, 4 Corner Force, and Kitty Hawk Racing Moonport. With the Tour de France, the only team with 4 riders, not quite that maximum number of riders in their team. It's 3 riders in each team to count, and those 3 fastest riders in your team, the times are added together. That gives you your team time. Fastest team time wins, second fastest team time takes second, etc. 7 prizes on offer in each race category. It's time to go racing here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in Category 6. We're up and away, setting off out of the pens down here in Zurich in Switzerland. Take a right-hand turn very shortly, and we will be heading down. In fact, there we go. Going to be heading down to the shores of Lake Geneva, pretty much. I think, sorry, Lake Zurich. Is that correct?
It is indeed.
Get the right lake.
No,
there's lots of lakes. Oh, is it Lake Annecy?
No.
It's Lake Zurich.
It is Lake Zurich.
You can tell I've only been there in the virtual world.
I have indeed.
I thought, you've been there.
I have indeed. I was very, very lucky. I went down to the Road Race World Championships, and of course the Paracycling World Road Championships were there as well at the same time. Our riders today are exceptionally lucky because the virtual world is able to stimulate and repeat that course, and we're able to see and ride it on the MyWhoosh platform. Jacqueline Almeida is riding today in the Category 6 pack. 30 riders on the start sheets today, and Almeida, she's had a great month. She took 5th place, and she's always been there or thereabouts in the top 10. She really has been very, very consistent. She's part of that Cycle District Alpha squad. They took 2nd place in the team competition last month. Four Corner Force took the win. And for me, it really is those two teams again, because they are packed with riders who have had top 5 positions. Almeida's had a 5th, Lloyd's had a 5th, Rodriguez has had a 2nd and a 4th. Those 3 riders are part and parcel of that Cycle District Alpha squad. The Four Corner Force crew, Sudibayo has had a 1st and 2 seconds. She is so on form. Bremner has had a 3rd, Jaskalainen's had a 4th and a 5th, and Liz Smithson's had a 1st and 2 4th places. Now, there is Nikki Lloyd on your screen, the rider who is part and parcel of that Cycle District Alpha squad with Almeida. She's taken a 5th place this month as well, and is nicely positioned in that bunch. Hoping Nikki Lloyd has had a great 2025 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, and looking forward to watching her race in 2026 as well.
I'm also looking forward to see where Nikki's travels take her to visit people out on the Sunday Race Club, a real community, which is great to see.
Now, one of the things I have done, because it is the final race of 2025, is I've done a little year in review. I have had some help, and a big shout out to Jakub Voschek from MyWhoosh Info for the help that he has given me. But, well, there is Mel Scriven. She's in the mix. Happy 2025, happy new year for 2026 as well, Mel. Looking forward to watching you do more racing on the Sunday Race Club in 2026 and giving us much more entertainment.
Indeed, super strong as always, Mel Scriven. Super strong Scriven. I don't know. Was that your school nickname?
Super strong Scriven.
Is that the
like
new nickname?
That.
Super strong Scriven. Super sprinter Scriven. Yeah, you could. I don't suppose you could actually be able to.
You're going with
pick
all
your
the
nickname.
S's, aren't you?
Yeah, so
alliteration.
Indeed, it was indeed alliteration on a Sunday morning in Scotland. That was not quite alliteration, but it was close. Okay,
we tried.
So well, good to see you, Mel, and thank you very much for your contributions to the Sunday Race Club over the last year. They really are appreciated. We love the fact that we get to go in with our riders like Mel, and thank you everybody who has joined the live stream. Now, if you are riding, you're thinking, why am I not featured on there? It's really simple. When you get your race email, go to the link, go to the Zoom room, and set up your camera so that it's in landscape mode, not in portrait. Make sure you get it the right way around. Make sure you get the right name on there as well. And we could be visiting you.
We could. Well, the Category 6 women are already on the first climb of the day. It comes through in really quick succession. This is the first categorised climb. And this is really interesting because you come out through the city and you take the right-hand turn up the climb. And it starts off quite gently, as you can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen, around 2.8% at the moment. But Sofia Rodriguez on our screen right now will realise that when you get to the top of the climb, it's very, very steep. It hits about 17% at the top of the climb. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that out loud. It is a real kicker in the tail.
It is, and at the moment with that slight tailwind that's pushing the riders along this section, when you come onto this it's not flat, but it almost feels a little bit flatter after the steep first bit and the second part. It really is helping to push. So good to see you, Sophia. Thank you very much for letting us join one of our big contingent from Portugal. They've been really good. Emma, in your roundup of statistics, your immense statistics, I know you're going to have race stats in there from previous races, but I'm sure you've got some more very interesting Category 6 stats somewhere buried in there.
I do have some interesting Category 6 stats. Now, Bremner is on the front at the moment, and Bremner's been climbing really, really strongly recently. Falana's been doing well as well, Rodriguez, Jaskalainen and Smithson. And that has been fabulous to see. But in total, during 2025, 32 different riders have taken the win in Category 6.
How many?
32 different riders have taken the win in Category 6. The rider with the most wins to her name is Amy Sudibayo with 5. But you can see really, really spread out. Samuel, Cahul, Mel and Palo have all had 3 wins as well. So you can see the strength and depth across the Category 6 pack. Now, they're on a climb at the moment. Who do you think has taken the most KOMs in the Category 6 pack?
This person.
Oh, no.
No.
Amy Sudibayo has 8. Bridget Bremner has 4.
Okay.
Told you Bremner climbed well.
She does climb well. She does, but I've seen Liz Smithson getting stronger and racing strongly at the front of the climbs, particularly things like the aquarium climb seem to suit her very well as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. And there is Amy Sudibayo, the rider with the most wins in Category 6 for 2025.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Amy. And, part and parcel of what is a really, really strong pack. Jaskalainen has had 21 top fives in Category 6, Sarasu 17, Smithson 14. So you can see the strength and depth of the race field. And with those 32 different riders taking wins, Amy Sudabayo has had some really strong competition.
It's really interesting, isn't it? That's real big spread. But Amy Sudabayo, a rider who for me really, she races absolutely. She races her strengths each and every time. It's really smart riding.
And I think she's going to be one of those riders today who's going to want to go out with intention and take the win on the final Sunday Race Club of the year.
I would agree entirely. So our riders currently making their way up. You can see top right-hand side of your screen. Not only, excuse me, not only do we have the wind gauge on the top right-hand side, but we also have the course profile. You can see that red line moving from right to left. The rider's position is just to the left of the yellow line. So the yellow line is what they're about to hit when they get on to the climb. And guess what? They're about to hit the steepest section of the climb here. We're at 10% and climbing. Having ridden up, this is really, this could really be a grind. If you're going well, this is a sort of climb because it gets steeper at the top. It's good. If you're going badly, oh my goodness, it's tough stuff. And you can see the banner just going to come before the right-hand turn at the top of this road.
Well, I walked up this street in Zurich when the World Championships were there, and it is so steep. And like Zurich, the crowds were out on the side of the road, and this was one of the really popular places for the supporters to be to cheer on their favourites. And at the moment, Falana is leading the charge here up this climb. Bremner, Smithson, Limbaga, Sudabayo, all paying close attention. But look at the spread on the group.
And behind the riders in this group, which we can see on our screen, you can see the dots representing them on the satellite view on the top right-hand side on that sort of radar view. They're spread out. There's actually riders behind as well who were shed on the very first climb. So that very first climb as we went up, or going on to climb at number 2, there has been a big spread.
There is indeed, and the gradient now at 13% as they're kicking for the polka dot banner that is just over the top. You can't quite see it yet, but they will very, very soon.
So at the moment, Amy Sudabayo, the rider we're in within second place, coming up. This is part 2 of climb 1. So that first part, distance riders, it's a 2-stepper coming in. It comes up, you go along past the tramway, then you take that on the right hand turn, you take that left coming up, and that is where things get very, very interesting. Now, let's see what happens here as we go over the top. Will we see a regrouping? Liz Smithson looking to take away the first of the climbing points. 4 climb checkpoints on the way through. 5 points are going to go to Smithson here. 4, I think, to Sudabayo. I mean, absolutely close between the riders here on the Lindenhof climb. Smithson from Sudabayo, then Bremner, I think, as they came over the line. Is that correct, Emma?
Yeah, it is indeed. And then we have Polkowska going through in 4th and Jaskalainen in 5th. Well, I can tell you 4 out of 5 of those riders going through part and parcel of that 4-corner force squad.
So that was Category 6. Our teams in Category 5, 2 teams of 5. They are the Phoenix Squad and the Velocity Vipers, who are about to launch. In fact, away they go down on our start line. They are our teams of 5, so Phoenix and Velocity Vipers. We have 4 teams of 4, making up our 6 teams in total with qualifying riders. Aeronova, the FCC Femcycle Club Cycloholics, with the FCC Pedal Artists, so the Femcycle Club Pedal Artists, with a Momentum Squad as well with 4 riders. So they've got a rider to spare each of those teams, the Phoenix and Velocity Vipers, with 2 riders to spare in each team in terms of counting riders. So at the moment, Category 5 just leaving the pens down at the base in Zurich. That little flat run in to the first climb. And the riders in Category 6, the leaders over the top here. 6 seconds the gap between our leading trio, Bremner, Sudabayo and Smithson. The riders on your screen, Smithson with the polka dot skin suit on there. Bremner with the white helmet and the cap or casquette. Well, that is going to be Sudabayo. 3 riders, 6 seconds clear, with Rodriguez chasing Jaskalainen and Co. all in pursuit, but the pursuit is broken as well and fractured. So it could be a long day for some if you don't find company quick on this post-climb section.
Well, one of the things I loved about Zurich when I was there was the trams and the bridges. And our Category 5 riders heading over one of those bridges now. Brooke Samuel on your screen, part and parcel of the Category 5 pack, one of the riders who's really given us some really great racing. 30 riders on the start sheets in Category 5 today. Samuel, part and parcel of that Aeronova squad with Arias, Hermansen and Giraldo. Hermansen has had a 4th place this month on that squad. So looking forward to seeing what they could do in the team competition. Now, it was the Phoenix team from the FCC Pedal Artists last month in Category 5. I think it's going to be really interesting because I think Momentum could really get in the mix. Sonnerson's had a 5th, Lazared's had a 3rd and a 5th, and Holweiler's had a 2nd and a 3rd. Samuel and her team are really going to need to step it up to compete because the Pedal Artists, well, Prado's had a 3rd and a 5th, Erevex had a 2nd, Andalus had a 1st and a 4th, and Mongeli took that win as well this month. In the Phoenix squad, who took the win last month, Natalia Idzik is the only rider out of the 5 to have had to top 5 positions. She's had a 1st and a 2nd. For me, it's got to go towards the Pedal Artists, Momentum and Phoenix.
Well, you were just talking about Palmer Mongeli taking that win. Palmer, Merry Christmas. You can just see that in letters up above Palmer's head here as well. The Pain Cave decked out. I noticed that
Santa's holding her gel.
I'm loving the fact, Santa holding the gel, proper Christmas present.
She's got reindeer antlers on her head.
Indeed, clearly, and hopefully we'll see if there's some Christmas good luck heading towards Palmer on the climb. Palmer, and Ryder, I noticed who had entered into the Pain Cave competition, putting her Pain Cave up online. So do remember, get in there, get yourself a super duper Pain Cave prize.
Well, Palmer Mongeli took her win this month on the Yebel Hafit course. She's got to have good climbing legs today because this could be one that would suit her really, really well. And what a New Year surprise and present it would be to herself if she channeled the inner reindeer antler and the Santa gel holder and the Pain Cave decorations to help her on her way.
Yes, the ambience in the Pain Cave is definitely pure Palmer. It's our personality of our riders often coming out,
which is a great thing.
Through the screen, which is what we want. And between each and every one of our avatars is a rider pedaling away, putting down the power, that power being transferred to the avatar and their speed. So 2 categories away, we're going to move on to Category 4, which is the 3rd of our categories of the 6 categories going to leave the Pain Cave, or the pens even. Hope they don't leave the Pain Cave. That would mean that the turbo train has stopped working. We are going to go dive in with our teams first of all. So 6 teams with qualifying teams. We have 2 teams of 5. The FCC Watt Warriors. We have the FCC Watt Work Squad. We also have, with teams of 4, the FCC Pedalicious Squad. FCC obviously being Cycle Collab. The Rebel Riders also have 4 riders. So do Unshakable. We have 1 team of 3, and that is the Unity Vibe Squad. So let's see how the riders are rolling. It's time to go up and away in Category 4. So Category 4 up and out of the pens.
They are indeed. And 34 riders on the start sheets today. Again, for me, I think there's 3 teams in the mix here. The FCC What Works, they have had some great performances this month with Fryas, Van Rossum, Krasova and Vochikova all making top 5 positions. Rebel Riders, Pentonen and Stenman have done the same. And in Unity Vibes, they took 2nd place last month, but just Rebecca Johnson has taken a 3rd place. So a top 5 for her. But it's a really big climbing course today. And one of the things I think is quite interesting, there's a little synergy here. 34 riders on the start sheets, 34 different winners in 2025 in Category 4.
34 in Category 4, 32 in Category 6. I'm sure you've got them for all the all the rest of the races. Let's talk Category 4 riders. Seba El Rey on our screens, one of the many riders in there. Seb Alray, one of our regular riders, a rider who's really competitive. Has she made your top threes, your top tens this time around? It's a
Wow.
really big ask in category 4 because I know Seba is juggling racing across multiple disciplines, both outdoors and indoors, as well as working at Wolfies.
Well, I think I'm really looking forward to watching Sarah race today because this is her type of course. She's great when it starts to go up, and she's really strong on the climbs. In terms of climbs, in category 4, the most Queen of the Mountains has gone to Gina Van Rossum. She's taken 8.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, Rebecca Johnson and Larissa Hybor have both had 4. That shows you the difference. They are
Yes.
both tied in second place in category 4. So in terms of climbing, those are the names you need to watch out for. In terms of winners, across those 34 winners, Rebecca Johnson features again, along with Isabella Kawazuska. They've both had 4 wins each. And it is really interesting. In terms of the sprints, we've not really talked about sprints. Maybe we should save the sprints for later.
Let's save the sprints for the sprint sections if
Let's
we can get
do
to them.
that.
It is a busy show because of the parkour, the terrain, the multiple climbs, and multiple categories, and all of the stats. I'm not sure when we'll get them all in. We're going to attempt to squeeze everything in. So apologies if you do come on screen at some point. We're trying to squeeze some stats in as well. Hopefully we'll get everything in for everybody. Category 4 out from the pens. We're just going to dive quickly into the racing category 6 onto the second of our climbs. So onto the Whitcomb climb. Quick reminder, it was Smithson who took away the prize at the top of the first climb. But as we go on to the second of our climbs, Smithson at the moment just being distanced here by Brebner. So Amy Sudabayo in the mix here on the wheel of Smithson. This group has come back together again a little bit here. Realistically, there's 5, if not 6 riders in contention. And great to get that view into that pain cave once again.
I'm loving the support.
Support is always good.
Well, at the moment, this is climb number 1, and this is category number 5. And Martina Erevec is battling here with Christina Arias. These 2 riders really quite locked close together at the top, but it's Erevec who is pushing on strongly. There's a big pack behind because the gap is just 3, 4, 5 seconds.
So this is category 5. We're coming to the top of climb number 1. We haven't said how many people who's been our best climber in category 5 so far.
Ooh.
Who's been the best climber so far this year in category 5?
Well, the top number of QOMs in category 5 goes to Loxley. So Amy Loxley taking 5, but 3 riders very close behind: Perry, Chantilly, and Bago.
Okay, well, Erevec adding a climb segment. Will she take away the skin suit for the overall, which we just heard? It's some big numbers out there. She'll have to mop up the points all the way around this race route. And remember, each of those climb segments, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points going across. Erehek, Adalu, Mongeli, Itzik, and Skiska, the riders scoring in category 5. We're going to move across to category 3 because they're waiting down in the pens at the moment to go, and we have some fantastic teams here for Christmas in category 3 because, and there's a reason for this, because we have got 7 teams. There are 4 teams of 5. With 5, we have the Riot Sleigh Slayers. We have the Riot Ho Ho Heavy Lifters. We've also got the Pain Cave Pirates. We've also got Pedal Pushers. We've got the Chainwright 3, Cycling District 3, and Yellow. 4 teams of 5. So that's the Chainwright, the Pedal Pushers, Ho Ho Heavy Lifters, and the Sleigh Slayers. And the other teams all with 4 riders. The riders are away. The riders out from the pens. Will they be slaying anybody today on the slopes? We go for those slaying alliterations. Now, one rider who you can never discount is Angel Hadlock, one of our real fierce competitors. And of course, I think that she'll enjoy because it's not just about climbing; it's about battling here today in Switzerland. I think really.
Yeah, it is indeed. 37 riders on the start sheets. in Category 3. And Category 3 for me has been one of those categories that we've always said the strength and depth is phenomenal. Just going to drop in with Category 6 very quickly before we head back to talking about Category 3, because Bridget Bremner, well, we said she'd established a gap. It's now at 22 seconds at the head of the Whitacombe climb. That is the second climb segment on this course here in Zurich. And well, she has done pretty much what those riders did at the World Championships, pushed on climb 1 and made it her own on climb 2.
And a gap of 15 seconds or so now back from Bremner to the rest of the riders. She's now got to make a decision. Do you push on? Do you just keep tapping out your own rhythm and settle into a time trial pace and let everybody then work to try and close you down, which is exhausting them, which means you're more likely to break clear? We'll see. Let's go back to Category 3, Emma. Back in with Angel Hadlock at the moment. One of our riders who we know is always in with a chance of the win. Who's been our real winning riders in Category 3?
Category 3, we say has been so competitive, and we can see that in the team competition, because I reckon there could be 5 teams in this today. That's also represented by the number of winners in Category 3 throughout 2025. 38 different winners.
Let's
bear in mind, you know, that is, yeah, 38 different winners. Gina De Gracia here on your screen, and De Gracia does feature in our figures, but not the overall winners. The most number of wins tied by 3 riders. McLeod, Bonilla and Kasani have all had 3 wins, but that just tells you just 3 wins is the maximum number of wins per rider in Category 3, because so many women, 38, have taken wins in this category throughout 2025. Gina De Grazia has ridden strongly in this category as well throughout 2025, and that has been fabulous to see. And they are right at the top of the climb at the moment, and this is Category 4. And unlike the other categories, while De Gracia is using that really low cadence, the pack is still really strong. We'd seen the groups start to split in Categories 5 and 6, but Category 4, Matt, looks like we've got a group going over the top.
This is really, really close together. Really interesting to see those numbers. 46 revs per minute there from Gina De Gracia. And there is some evidence that basically says, because you're spending more time in the power stroke and less time in the upstroke, in theory, because of the amount of time you've got less time in dead zones, you in theory are going to be putting more power down. I don't know whether it's true. I personally prefer the revs. Jenny Penton has revved away clear of everybody, taking away the win in Category 4 on the first climb, so she'll take away that checkpoint prize. Penton from Van Rossum, so going to form there.
It is indeed. So Jenny Penton takes 5 points, Gina Van Rossum takes 4, Catherine Montoya takes 3, Katerina Krasova takes 2, and Amy Young takes 1. Well, we're back in with the Category 3 pack, and they've not yet hit that main climb. They're still, well, on the foothills.
And in terms of climbs in Category 3, who's been our key protagonists?
Well, this is really interesting, because I can tell you, whilst Julia Montgomery has taken 4 Queen of the Mountain competitions, 7 riders have taken 3. Embring Nyquist, Vellner, Ramet, Daniels and Sanchez. And Heather Shanks, for me, is one of the riders to watch today. She has been racing really, really strongly this month. She's had 2 4th places, and she is climbing brilliantly. She's a rider who's really, really coming into some great form, and the climbs are where she's really excelling.
Yeah, I think I don't think you're wrong at all. I think it'd be really interesting to see how Heather Shanks goes on today's course. And it's a course, I mean, in some ways it's a very Scottish course. It's rugged, it's tough, you've got big mountains surrounding you when you're riding on the roads here. You're just going to feel at home here, although I'm not sure I've seen many big screens with Santa popping out of them as I've gone riding around the roads of Scotland. I think that's never happened to me yet, but you never know. So at the moment, Category 3 on our first climb on the Linden half climb for the first time. Remember, they're going to do all of these climbs twice, so make sure that you jump on board. Make sure that you're with us for the next time we come to Switzerland. That's going to be next year, of course, because we are in 2025. Now, in with Ruti Reese, one of our regular riders on the Sunday Race Club, and really good to see you back into the pain cave. Ruti Reese with the spoiler, just keeping an eye on the rest of the riders, just keeping a check on who's going at the moment. It's Magnus who's on the front. Reese, so right up there.
Yeah, and you know what? The Riot Slayers team member, Ruti Reese, has had a second and a fourth this month. She's got company in the pain cave, really encouraging her to dig in deep, because she's right at the pointy end of this race at the 3 kilometre marker. And it makes it sounds strange to say right at the pointy end at the 3 kilometre marker, but they are heading towards that first checkpoint, and it's about to get really, really steep. Julia Montgomery, one of our riders who has been putting in some phenomenal performances throughout 2025. She's taken the most Queen of the Mountains in category 3.
Has she? Okay.
And
how many?
Just 4, because it's a really, really.
We talk.
It's such a competitive category, but she's right in the mix with Russell, Vinehart, Tracy, Reese, Stewart, all in there. And
So in with Julie Montgomery, you can see the look of pain on your face. They're really having to dig in deep here. The pressure being put on by Russell on the front, but Montgomery, one of our real strong riders on the climbs, and it shows you, doesn't it, with those small numbers in terms of like 3 people have taken multiple mountain climbing titles during the course of the race. I mean, there's 52 possibilities in a year. We've got 52 Sundays usually in most, pretty much every year. You'd think we would have a lot more, but it's not the case, and you can see why, because the effort here, they don't want to let anybody go. Magnus currently on the front, looking like the gap is there. The scrambles for the rest of the points, and this is one of the things for me, because we've got so many climbs, and because 2 of the climb segments are right at the end of the race, you've got to be mopping up some points here, because, and you don't know, even if somebody takes the first 2, they may just, die a death on the last 2 and struggle, and then everybody's going to come charging past.
Well, Chelsea Magnus coming through to pick up those 5 points in that polka dot skin suit. She's one of the newer riders to the Sunday Race Club. She's joined us in the last part of the year, and it is great to see the rider from the USA really now taking the Sunday Race Club by the scruff of the neck. And it does take some time to really become au fait with the racing, the strategies, the techniques, the tactics, and all of those things that come into play on the Sunday Race Club when you join. And she is just showing now her form at the end of December. So Magnus takes 5, Reese takes 4, Russell takes 3, Montgomery takes 2, and Tracy takes 1.
So that is in the climbing competition, the first of our climb checkpoints. Remember, each of these checkpoints along the race route today, and if you didn't see the course profile, don't forget it is at the start of the show. Each show, as well as available online on the MyWhoosh.com website under each of the race entries, and of course on the main page as well for the Sunday Race Club under the events. Each of these checkpoints counting for prizes as well as counting for points in terms of segments. So make sure that you jump on board. Don't forget, of course, that if you're getting on and riding or racing, that when you're racing on Sunday Race Club, the wind takes effect, so you need to steer your way side to side with whatever controllers you're using on your handlebars. You could change gear electronically on there as well. It's going to be really, really fun to see how that moves. At the moment, this group is stretched out, but we've got a tailwind, and that's going to be exacerbating that as they go onwards. It's time for us to move on, because we're going to move to our penultimate category, really rattling through them as always on the Sunday Race Club. 8 teams in category 2. 2 teams of 5, the Antipodean Racing team, along with the Fan Cycle Collab United Cadence squad. There are 5 teams of 4, the core squad, the core powered by Sprit squad, the Fem Cycle Collab Watt Wheel squad, as well as the Velocity Vikings and the Watt team. We also have 1 team of 3, but what team of 3 for Riot? It is going to be the Riot 2 squad. Jaramillo, Sanchez, and Murray in there for Riot 2. So, will they have the perfect number 3? It's a magic number. Will it be magic today? Yeah, there's only 1 team with 3 if it's a magic number. They've got this tiled here in category 2 as we head off on the very last race of December. It's the December monthly finals. It's category 2. We're in with Dorothy Gonzalez, who is one of the riders in terms of ever one of our riders with the most participations ever in the Sunday Race Clubs. In terms of women, I think she is the woman with the most participations ever. In 2025, though, Emma, let's focus on 2025. Dorothy Gonzalez-Ruhr is a rider who has been battling all season long in Category 2. Has she made the very top of any of our lists?
So Gonzalez, it is really difficult. She's one of the riders that we know performs really well in the sprints, and it's great to see. And I think she'll be really pushing on strongly. She's also great on a really steep climb, but she's not on my list today. 32 winners in Category 2 we've seen over 2025. Tiffany Penner and Carolina Kolkowitz have the most, 4 wins each. 32 winners in Category 2 across the year. In terms of the Queen of the Mountains, which is where we are heading, Penner, Eck and Gothlander have taken the most Queen of the Mountain competitions. They've all had 8. So the strength and depth there is phenomenal. It is a really, really interesting one in Category 2, because we often say Category 2 is a really, really close race. But actually, the statistics show us that Category 3 is closer, or has been. Anyway, Tiffany Penner on your screen in 2025. Tiffany Penner on your screen at the moment has been featuring heavily in the stats. She has indeed taken 4 of those wins. She also has taken the most Queen of the Mountains.
Okay. Taking the most Queen of the Mountains. She's been really, really strong, hasn't she? Tiffany Penner has been good up there, and the numbers are backing that up. Cool. Okay, Sarah Carolus on our screens. We're back with Category 4. Is on the screens, making her way up the climb here. At the moment, though, the climb banner is some way off. You can see up at the top this climb banner coming, the initial banner coming here at 7.6 kilometers, so 300 meters. This is climb number 2, so we're going to see who is going to take away those points. Category 6 have been through the Lindenhof climb number 2, and so it's Category 5.
Yeah, they have indeed. Category 6, we saw Bridget Bremner with that big gap, if you remember. Smithson, Sudibayo, Falana going through there. Category 5, it was Andalun from Mongeli. From Holweiler, Erevek and Prado. Category 4, well, at the moment, Corrales is challenging Penttinen here for the win. They're side by side. They're pushing on towards the polka dot banner. And actually, do you know what? Jenny Penttinen in the polka dot skins is going to take it. Sarah Corrales really gave her a run for her money.
Yeah, certainly did. Penttinen with that sprint, with that speed, diving over the top there. Penttinen looking to add to those statistics. We'll try and get as many of those out as we can. As you can see, we've got 5 of our race categories already out on race route. Category 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2, with Category 1 still waiting to go. So, Category 1. The last set of riders that go in the pens. Category 2 are on this climb here. This is the first climb of the day.
It is indeed. We're with Tiffany Penner, but Cornelia Engstrom is in the group, and this is one rider I really do want to talk about in Category 2, because Engstrom has been ever present all year.
Wow.
Only 2 riders in the entirety of the men's and the women's field in the Sunday Race Cup have been ever present.
Say the next one.
And Cornelia Engstrom is one.
Congratulations, Cornelia Engstrom. Every single Sunday Race Club in 2025. Okay, let's dive across into our teams in Category 1. We have 8 teams in Category 1 for our monthly finals in December. Every single rider in the race field in a team. We've 6 teams of 4. Ablock International. We've got Cycling District 1. The Fem Cycle Club, FCC Chain Reaction. The FCC Endorphins with 4 as well. Sweat Sensations have 4, and so do the Breakaways. Our 2 teams of 2 are the Supernova Squad, along with the squad of Watt Sisters. Well, we'll see what's going to occur out on the course today here in Switzerland on our monthly finals, the very last race on the Sunday Race Club in 2025 in our women's race, with only the men's race still to come. We're in with Gabby Guerra, who must figure in the numbers somewhere.
Oh, yes, she does. Gabby Guerra, what a 2025 this woman has had. She is the only other rider on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club to be ever present. Gabby Guerra and Cornelia Engstrom, ever present for every single Sunday. What a feat. Absolutely amazing. In the women's race field, we've only had 3 winners in Category 1 in the entirety of 2025. Can you guess the 3, Matt?
Well, number 1 would be Kate McCarthy. Gabby Guerra's got to be another. And the third one, now that's a tough ask. It's going to be Maria Holcroft.
You are correct.
Jeez.
McCarthy's had 39 wins out of those races. Guerra's had 11 and Holcroft has had 2.
Wow.
So you are right. Guerra does indeed feature strongly. She's also had the most top 5s. So in category 1, Guerra has the most ever presence and the most top 5. She's never finished outside of the top 5 in 2025
really?
at all. Joanna Kalman in category 2, she's been a strong rider as well, and she is right in the mix today. She's second on the list of the most top 5s in category 2 with 15.
Well done to Joanna Kalman, and looking to increase that. Still in this lead group here at the key moment, the first of our real big gaps here, because as we come up to the top of this climb, this is going to be the first moment where the riders go over the top and into a descent here today. The Lindenhof climb number 1. We've just seen Montgomery taking category 3. Category 2 are on their way there at the moment. The riders all over this race route, you can just see they are shattered across Penner at the moment in this group. But we're just starting to see the gap open at the front here. Haag and Vellner, the 2 riders who've broken clear, and the ability to push over the top of these climbs. This is one of the things I really noticed, is that when you get to the top of the steep peak, they've got that little drop off the gradient, and it's actually having the strength to kick that really, really hurts. That's where it's really, really tough, because if you don't have that power, you can't kick over, and that's what Wellner's done here, taking away the polka dot skin suit for the first point scored.
Yeah, Katarzyna Vellner takes the 5 points and the polka dot skin suit from Elsa Haag. What a battle between those 2. Katarina Karamani comes through for 3rd place and 3 points. Malene Proust and Anna Svartström rounds out the top 5. But it is very, very close behind with that category 2 pack. And it's going to be a really interesting battle.
So all of our race fields out on race route here. Category 1, there are elite riders. They're the top of the tree. We've seen some fantastic racing, haven't we? Up in including last week.
Yeah, we have indeed. And this month's been really, really great racing in Category 1. The team competition, I think, is going to be interesting. We often see Ablock International take the win, battling it out with the Sweat Sensations. On paper, you would say those 2 teams are going to be battling against each other today. But also on paper, the breakaways have had a brilliant month. Camilla Alberg's had a 3rd and a 4th, and Aliska Lagos took a 5th place last week. She is on form. There's a lot of climbing today. Can the breakaways get into the mix, or are we going to see the Sweat Sensations versus Ablock International again?
I think it's going to be about which of these riders the climb suit as well, because they're not a constant gradient. This is climb number 1. We've done the first step of this climb, the kick out from the side of the river, going up to this tramway. And although I know it's 1%, after the first part of the climb, it feels flat, and you don't often notice the second kick coming in. Tomasi, Koistinen, Bassoni, Fua, and Guerra on our screens. 5 of our real key riders who have really animated the race, and it's our riders that make the racing.
Yeah, it is indeed. And in terms of Queen of the Mountains, McCarthy has the most number in Category 1, Guerra in 2, Fua in 3. So I think we're looking at those types of riders today. I think we're also looking at the likes of Merle Bruni. She climbs and climbs strongly. So does Francesca Tomasi. And she, for me, has been one of the real superstars coming in to the Sunday Race Cup in 2025 and really just getting better and better. And I'll tell you someone else who we should never discount. In fact, there's 2 riders we shouldn't discount. Kristen Kulczynski has been riding really strongly, and she can climb, and so can Camilla Alberg.
Indeed. I think, and you can never discount anybody. You don't
No,
get to
it's true.
category one unless you are brilliant. In terms of impact, I think for me this year across all of the race fields in both the men's and women's races, Francesca Tomasi has made the most impact, coming from basically zero to a medalist at the Worlds. You don't get a bigger impact, and been animating the racing as well. One rider who's had another good year is the world champion, Kate McCarthy, taking her second title in the second of the in-person world championships. And McCarthy figures in the numbers everywhere.
Oh, she
Let's face
does.
it.
And I think Kate McCarthy needs a huge congratulations. She has the most wins across the men's and women's Sunday Race Club for 2025, 39 in total. In second place, Jason Osborne with 27. Michael Vink takes 16. Gabby Guerra takes 11. And Dylan Kennett, who sat next to Kate McCarthy, takes 10 wins in fifth place. So McCarthy doing the business here in Switzerland already on the first climb.
Dylan being beaten by Kate in the cycling, as per normal, seems to be the case at the moment. Dylan, I'm sure, will be the first to admit. Good to see Dylan there, part of the support team. And McCarthy out of the saddle here, leading this group of Category 1 riders up Arlberg. As you said, a rider to watch on the climbs, most definitely in second place, with Guerra in third place at the moment. The group is starting to stretch. They're starting to get pulled out here on the climb. This is going to be key, though. It's the section when you go over the top, when it eases off a little bit, the speed will pick up. McCarthy starting to open a gap here, and this is dangerous. We've seen McCarthy ride off on the Switzerland course already this year. We've seen her go into the distance, and this is what they've got to watch out for, because it continues to climb. McCarthy goes through, leading through. Tomasi's going to go through, I think, in second place.
She does. Alberg goes through in third, Guerra in fourth. Now, for me, this is the danger point because it's not the first climb that does the danger on this course, it's the second climb. If you can go over the top of the first with a gap and keep on pushing, you're going to extend that gap on the second climb. So now is the moment the riders need to close this down. McCarthy goes through and leads through the Category 1 race on the Lindenhof climb here in Switzerland. Katarzyna Vellner led through Category 2. Chelsea Magnus led through Category 3. Jenny Penton Category 4, Martina Erevek Category 5, and Liz Smithson led through Category 6.
So each and every one of those riders will be taking away the checkpoint prize. All the prizes for all of the race categories are available on the MyWhoosh website. Don't forget, of course, on those also full details of verification, as well as how to jump on board and join us racing. And you can find all of that on mywhoosh.com. And remember, of course, no subscription for MyWhoosh. There's no subscription fees. There's no fee to enter the racing. All of this racing brought to you for free. There's no subscription either to watch. You don't have to join any three-lettered corporation to join this. It's coming to you free on YouTube and on Twitch, all courtesy of MyWhoosh. Got to say a massive thank you to the team at MyWhoosh before we go any further. The development in the game over the past year has been phenomenal. The development in terms of the racing and the race numbers has been phenomenal, and that has been aided and abetted because of the work that's done by MyWhoosh. And of course, bringing you the pictures would not be possible without the team in Abu Dhabi. So a massive thank you to all of those guys.
Well, I'm going to say a big thank you to the riders, because
Yes.
the women's race field is really interesting one when you look at the numbers. We talked about Engstrom and Guerra being ever present
Yes.
for 52 weeks of the year. The women are more present than the men in terms of their consistency, because Cornelia Engstrom and Gabby Guerra have those 52 ever-present numbers. Jessica Hamilton, Catherine Fuhr and Sophia Giovanni have 49 out of 52 weeks. So the top 5 riders, just 2 men have 49. That means 3 Sundays off. So more women ever present on the Sunday Race Club than the men, even though the men's numbers are bigger.
Yep, numbers. there are statistics and there's things about statistics and more statistics, but we won't go into that today.
I can tell you some great things about statistics.
Yeah, don't. You can tell.
Well,
you can
one
tell
of the
them
things
the numbers.
one of the things I am going to tell you as we watch this category 2 pack at the 7-kilometre marker, they are heading towards the top of the second climb here in Zurich. And as they do, the total number of rides, as in individual riders joining the Sunday Race Club in 2025 across the men's and the women's, 1,142 riders have joined the Sunday Race Club this year. 363 of them are women.
So that's the number of participants, basically.
The number of female participants,
rides.
363 in total.
Thank you, every single one of you, for coming on board and joining and racing. And don't forget, if you are one of the early riders, you might be one of those who comes back. We've seen some returning riders as well, haven't we, in amongst those numbers? Riders who we've seen before, who've been away, done different things, then they've come back for different reasons. You know, life goes on. There's different bits of life. Joanna Kalman seems, I think, to have been, I'm surprised she's not like the number one rider, because it seems like she's been here almost every week. She certainly makes a presence felt when she's here, that's for sure. And that is one of the things, because of course we see the very front of the race, but there are riders all the way through these race fields, and you can get the full race results for everybody. Each and every rider is verified, and each and every rider, your race result will be up on MyWhoosh, and of course on MyWhoosh info as well. Category 2 coming to the top of the Whitcomb climb. They're going to make their way up over the top with Elisa Hag going over in position 1. Wellner goes through in position 2, though, by the look of it. I think Proust in 3.
Yeah, we got a switch. Just remember, we had Haag and Vellner battling it out on climb 1. On climb 2, Haag gets the better of Vellner this time in category 2. So this is going to be interesting as we move towards the latter part of the category 2 race. If those two riders are still in contention when we get to those climbs again at the 28-kilometre marker. Proust takes 3rd, Karamani takes 4th. Those two riders again were in the top 5 last time round. So lining up the Queen of the Mountains competition, and Femke van der Vliet from the FCC Watt Wheels picking up the final point that time with Kalman in 6th place.
So that's the category 2 race that was on the right-hand side of the screen. We're diving in with category 1 because Kate McCarthy, world champion, has currently been feeling the chill of the mountains in Switzerland because she's pulled on another layer, and that's the polka dot skin suit, taking the points on climb number 1. Now on to climb number 2 on the way up, and at the moment on the left hand side of your screen, out of the saddle, Tomasi, Koisten and Aguera are all on the chase. 6 seconds now, 7 seconds the gap from McCarthy to Alberg, with the group splitting and spreading out behind. We've got a very small chase group. This is our elite chase group who are at 8 seconds. It's Alberg, it's Tomasi and Guerra, and then you've got that bigger bunch behind. The bunch has advantage when it goes into the headwind, when it's on the downhill sections, but that's not for a long, long way yet, because once we hit the plateau at the top of this climb, it is still, it's a bit like FRB that we see in Colombia, the flat rolling bumpy, but this isn't flat rolling bumpy. This is up and downy.
I was about to say there's no real flat at all when you get to this plateau.
It is up and downy rather than flat rolling and bumpy.
It is. Well, at the 6.9 kilometre marker, you can see the chase group of Tomasi, Alberg and Guerra. Koisten is leading the charge further behind with Gallegos, but they're around 16 seconds back. 12 seconds up the road from Tomasi is the rider on the right-hand side of your screen in polka dots, McCarthy. She's extending her lead, but, you know, 12 seconds, she's going to face a real choice at the top here. So McCarthy, as to whether she pushes on and has a solo run on the course in Switzerland today, or whether she sits up and waits. It does continue to climb once you get through the polka dot banner. So I think, well, she'll just keep going. So Kate McCarthy up and out the saddle, dancing on the pedals in the distance now to these riders, because Tomasi, Koisten and Guerra are all doing the chasing. And Alberg, Tomasi and Guerra still, well, they're holding the gap to McCarthy at around 12, 13 seconds.
So the moment that gap being kept manageable, that's going to be the... That's
an interesting phrase.
Yeah, it's manageable. I think with correct management, you could potentially pull that back, dependent on, as always, what Kate McCarthy's intentions are, because the world champion has been almost class apart during the racing this season. Has been borne out by the numbers, brought to you by Emma, and of course with the assistance of Jakob at MyWhoosh Info. Don't forget, go to mywhooshinfo.com. It should be favorited and bookmarked on everybody's browsers if you ride MyWhoosh, because the information is brilliant, whether you want to ride a route or go out and race. So you want to know who took away the checkpoint in each of our race categories.
Well, Kate McCarthy takes through category 1 at the Whittaken Climb, and Elsa Haag takes through category 2, Julia Montgomery category 3, Jenny Penton category 4, and Natalia Anderle category 5, and Bridget Bremner category 6. So there are some changes through those categories, but I'll tell you something. Kate McCarthy, we talked about her taking the most wins overall across all of the race fields on the Sunday Race Club. Do you know, she's also taken the most King or Queen of the Mountain jerseys.
The most climb competitions.
She has 26 climb competitions she's taken this year to Jason Osborne's 20.
After years of saying KOM and QOM, I decided I was going to scrap the phrase completely for 2026 on my New Year's resolutions. It's the climb competition.
Excellent. Well, there we have it.
It's a lot easier to get wrong.
McCarthy takes the 2025 climbing competition. Osborne is 6 climb wins behind. And then Guerra sits in 3rd overall across both the men's and the women's race field.
Lots more stats to come, I'm sure, as we make our way through, although we are going to try and bring all of the race action as well as the riders go through. So over the top of the climbing category 1 was Kate McCarthy. She's a long way behind these riders who, at the moment, who are in category 5. This is category 5, leading a race bunch or group. I think group is probably the correct phrase because of the size of this. It's not massive, it's not a bunch, but a very, very interesting race route, and it's great to see German Prado on our screens.
It is indeed. Prado's been absolutely brilliant and continuing to race throughout her pregnancy. Another one of the riders on the Sunday Race Club to do it. So absolutely brilliant to see her. And again, her social media feed follows her story should you wish to take a look. But category 5 race field, at the moment at the 21.2 kilometre mark on this climb into a headwind. They've done the big long descent off of the plateau, and then this is a small climb as they head back into Zurich city centre.
And this climb itself is about 1.6k long. And you think, well, it's not that huge, it's not going to be massive, but it's steep enough. And because of the headwind, that makes it harder. Definitely. It does. When I came out and rode this, I absolutely charged down the bottom of the descent, really put some big power in down there in the attempt to get as much height on the other side climbing up here, because I thought, oh, it's only 1.6. It's not possible, particularly when you get the headwind on there. So definitely one of those where having that group together, I think, is a smart move. And that's where in category 5, these riders benefit in. There's the chance to rest and take a lead, and then rest and take a lead, because got to remember that draft effect is there. You can see the effects of the draft effect. Right-hand side of your screen, green watt numbers in there means that the riders are in the draft. The number of chevrons in there, the green chevrons. If you've got 3, that means you're in the draft really well. If it means 1, it means a bit like my score report, could do better.
Well, Kate McCarthy on the category 1 screen, pushing on. Now, Tomasi getting distance off the back of Guerra and Olberg. She's 9 seconds back. So the situation we now have is Kate McCarthy in 1. She's around 15 seconds clear of Camilla Olberg and Gabby Guerra, who are around 9 seconds clear of Francesca Tomasi. The climbing continues. The rest of the group around 45 seconds behind Tomasi. So these 4 riders now well clear of the chase group, but they are starting to gap each other. Olberg and Guerra able to stay together. Tomasi not quite able to hold on, but I tell you something now, this is a real concerted effort from Francesca Tomasi. She's really trying to pick up the pace and close the gap back down.
Well, Tomasi, I think for me, it almost, to me, says that there was an issue on the way through, because when she came over the top of the Whitcomb climb, she was in that group. You got down and then gone over the little bumps on the far side on the uppy downy sections, and we're not seeing Tomasi staying in there. To me, that's a dropped phone, a bottle, a moment's inattention, maybe just pulled foot out of the pedal. Anything like that can happen. So really, really important for her to get back on here Meanwhile, McCarthy out of the saddle, just really kicking down as she comes on this rise here. You can just see as you come around into this left-hand turn, the road rears up in front of you. It goes from being a slight downhill to going into this slope at the moment at nearly 7, going to 7% here. And the kick over the top is going to be key. McCarthy really, really starting to reel in riders who set off in front now as well.
Yeah, she is indeed. And Hayley Simmons is the rider, the Category 2 rider. She's about to go past. Simmons part and parcel of the team at the World Championships as well.
It was a real pleasure to work with Hayley Simmons. Hayley was in person at the venue for the World Championships tomorrow night in the studios away from venue, and I have to say, great to have Hayley on the team for the World Championships. You can watch the World Championships back, of course, on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. Now, in with Palmer Mongelli, who at the moment is right at the pointy end, at the sharp end of the race. The very front of the race, Natalia Andalou, though, really is putting the pressure on here on the climbs. Just taking a little bit of a look at Palmer Mongelli's face here, because Palmer is not a rider who's focused, was the word I was looking. You considered or focused, or yeah, I could go with either of those. Certainly a rider who's never afraid to engage with us on the commentary, but at the moment, focused on the front of the race. And I think it's really important. It really shows you just how tough this is, because they are breaking clear here, these three.
I actually think, it is focused, it is considered, because she's not doing too much. She's doing enough to stay on the wheel of Natalia Andalou, but she's not going over the top and pushing on. She wants the draft, and that's where she's sitting. She's doing enough to try and keep those 3 chevrons alongside that green number, because that means she's getting the most benefit possible.
Well, no draft for Camilla Ahlberg at the moment. She's really putting in a big push here to move through. You saw Gabby Guerra diving across to the right-hand side there, just trying to track the wheels here, trying to get into the draft. And it's one of the key things now with the wind coming from the right-hand side. The riders need to be to the left-hand side to get the maximum draft. If you wanted to minimize the draft for the rider behind, what you basically do is sit on the left-hand side of the road. And that means that your competition is working harder as you move through. You can totally ignore the steering, and your riders are not going to go disappearing off into the fields or off through the fences, but you're not going to be maximizing your effort and optimizing that draft.
Well, optimising the racing at the moment is what Guerra is doing. She's staying as close to Camilla Ahlberg as she can, and really trying to manage that effort as well. Kate McCarthy, the gap now at 23 seconds, so it has gone out slightly. But the battle between Ahlberg and Guerra, I think, is going to be an interesting one to watch. Interesting as in how long they can stay together, and about whether the battle will bring McCarthy back or let McCarthy go.
I'm not sure Kate McCarthy is going to let them have the choice.
Well, that probably is very true.
That seems to me to be the case at the moment. McCarthy, there you can see the nutrition at the back there alongside on the shelf. So nice setup there, just the right amount of things that she needs. She'll have that absolutely dialed. Testing your nutrition, your hydration, really, really key. And 2025 really has been a year of people optimizing their nutrition for being racing indoors, racing on the. So you can just see Gabby Guerra there. Both riders actually using the same nutrition company, who've done a lot of work with a lot of the riders. Definitely,
many nutrition companies are available.
Yeah, other nutrition companies are available, and I have to say, what works for one doesn't necessarily work for all. Everybody has different tastes as well. Personally, I like really quite sweet stuff when I'm on the bike. Oh,
no.
Good job you can't see Emma's face here in the studio. Emma's pulling very bad faces about sweet stuff on the bike. I'm liking things like really sweet flapjack and fruity flapjack.
Well, Kate McCarthy at the moment, she's continuing to dance on those pedals. Neither of these two riders sit for a long period of time on cycling esports. They both prefer the out of the saddle position, but McCarthy out of the saddle at the 14.1 kilometre marker and really pushing on here. She's facing another climb now on the top of this plateau, and there will then start to be some form of descent before a final climb, and then the main descent off the plateau, heading back into Zurich itself. But McCarthy at the moment, the gap now at 27 seconds. It is continuing to extend here in Switzerland on the final Sunday Race Club of 2025.
So we are on our finals. We're on the last race of the year in our women's competition. We're back very quickly because we're back in the first week of January as we see the sprint, the only sprint of the day. It's already been contested by Category 6. The Zurich sprint now being contested in Category 5, and it is Natalia Isaac. In fact, it's our regular sprint riders taking away top spots in both Category 6 and 5 because Amy Sudabayo has taken the sprint in Category 6 from Bremner Smithson along with Falana and Palaka. Remember, of course, it's not fastest through a segment. It is the first across the line, as it would be if you were out on a stage of a Grand Tour where there are sprints along the way.
Well, one of the things for me that's been really interesting in Category 5 is we get the wave from Category 6. That's Melissa Scriven. She's in the pack. Great to see her. But Category 6, and the reason I'm saying it's interesting about Category 6 and Category 5 in the sprint competition for 2025, because Jessica Hamilton, the Category 6 rider, has the most wins in the sprint competition in 2025.
Okay.
28 wins. Natalia Idzik has 24 wins. So Category 6 and Category 5, 1 and 2 in the overall sprint competition for 2025. Bridget Falensky, the Category 1 rider, 23 wins in third place. Anna Svardström, Category 2, 16. And Catherine Montoya, she's Category 3 rider, 15.
Wow. Just shows you, doesn't it, the differences between the different categories. Now, Category 6 and 5, the first riders to leave the pens. They have made their way around the circuit. Category 6 have now already gone through and past the start. So they're now on to, if this was a multiple lap race, they're on to what is effectively lap number 2. They don't complete lap number 2, the race finishing just above the top of the Whitcomb climb, which is the second of the climbs. So climb 1, steep from the side of the river. It then levels slightly to 1.5% past the trams, then turns left, goes and continues to climb. That's the top of climb number 1, 1.8k long. Then we have a 1.6 kilometer descent before we then kick into our final 2.5k climb to the banner, which continues and makes it 3 kilometers long to the finishing line. So that's where Category 6 are. They're on to climb what is effectively 3 in this race, but climb number 1 of the 2 to go to the finish. Category 5, they're on the flat approaching that. Category 2, though, they're still up on the plateau with the big descent to come. They're currently at 17.6k into this race route. When they hit the 18k marker, they'll be on to the descent. They're basically about to kick in properly. 3.5% descent at the moment, but this is all about getting ready to go, to get the power down and to start accelerating away and use some momentum and to use the drive. Joanna Calman on our screen nicely in this leading group. It's still a big group, as we expect in Category 2 to be together. Category 2, one of the race categories. And it's one of the similarities between the women's race and the men's race, and men's race coming up later, that the Category 2 races, of all the race categories, I think Category 2 and 3 tends to stay together the most, Category 2 the most, because it's almost, for me, without numbers, the closest category. They're just on the way down, it looks like. I was going to say, is it raining? Is it snowing? It's definitely leaves falling from the trees at the moment in Switzerland as it came through that little section. It's warm, though, in the pain cave. Katerina Karamani, just at the moment, off the pressure at the moment, just on to the descent. 0 watts kicking out, and the avatar's going to super tuck here. It's really great way to rest on the downhill.
It is, and it drops your heart rate. It's amazing. Just using that super tuck for a short period of time can really help in terms of that micro rest. Drop your heart rate, give you the ability to, with more range, to go again. Well, Kate McCarthy, her range is just phenomenal. She's continuing here with this push at the 17.7 kilometer marker. She's coming up now to the big descent. It's going to be interesting because Guerra and Alberg at the moment are holding that gap at around 20 seconds. So good to see them continue to work together. But Kate McCarthy doing a sterling job now off the front of the pack and really working her way through the earlier starting Category 2 race field.
So I don't think it's going to be all that long before the Category 2 leaders are potentially going to see McCarthy, who's really raging away around the course. But equally, the chasers behind really moving well. Category 6 on the right-hand side of your screen, continuing to push. Here we're going to dive in with Amy Sudebayo in the Pain Cave in person on the left of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, it's the avatar with the green sprint skin suit, Liz Smithson, with the polka dot skin suit at the moment as the leader in the climb competition. But there are still two more checkpoints to go, so there's still half of the points available in that climb competition, and it's going to really come down to these three riders for the climb competition. Sudebayo, though, will take away that green skin suit because there are no more sprint checkpoints to come.
Yeah, there aren't, but the polka dot checkpoint coming at the 30.4 kilometre marker. They're around 250 metres away, and Smithson, Sudebayo and Bremner, or Smithson and Sudebayo side by side here. Bremner just getting distance off the back, but she's putting in a big push to try and close that back down. These three riders clear of around 40 seconds of the rider in fourth place, Monica Falana. And then it is, a minute and a half back to rider number 5.
And the riders coming in, remember, top 10 riders individually will be in line for prizes in each of our race categories. But it's not over if you're outside the top 10, because remember, this is a team competition week as well. So if the riders are in a team, the top 3 riders are going to count. Real good close-up shot as the riders come up this climb here of the avatars, making the way up here. Sudebayo, Bremner and Smithson. Yeah, and all 3 are back together. They're almost in a line across the road here as we come up. This is going to be about who's got the kick here. I think there's a long old drag strip here. Look at Smithson now gone to 4.2 watts per kilo. Just keeping the pressure on, looking to see what she can do. Now goes to 4.4, 4.5, really starting to accelerate. So is Sudebayo, though. Sudebayo just starting to lift. You can see starting to pick up. You don't want to go too early. They can see the polka dot banners round this right hand, but it's a bit of a sneaky finish here. You've got to get this right, but Smithson has got the acceleration. I think she's going to take these points away as she comes up towards the line. She's going to get that checkpoint prize. She's going to take the maximum points. She's going to extend her lead in the climate competition. Liz Smithson now with 3 climbs complete, leading the climb competition. 1 more left to go. 5 more points available. She's going to need to stay in that group.
She is. I think Sudebayo and Bremner there in category 6 are waiting their time because there's 1 more climb to go and the finish line is at the top. Well, Kate McCarthy is also heading towards the finish line. She's at the 21.1 kilometre marker, a little bit further for her to go till she hits that 35 kilometre marker. But the descent, the main descent is now over for Kate McCarthy. It's a headwind section through the city, and the next thing she's going to see is the sprint line for the sprint competition. Just 1 sprint line today, 25.2 kilometres that is. She's got to get up and over the small hill that is the precursor to the flatlands alongside Lake Zurich. But that is where the head of the Category 1 race is. And I'll tell you something, she's only around 500 metres back from the head of the Category 2 race, bearing in mind they started 5 minutes before Kate McCarthy.
So, riders up, out of the pens. It was a little while ago for Category 6. It was a short time ago for Category 1. The way that McCarthy's riding at the moment, it's not going to be long before she's at that finish. Behind this very intriguing duo of Alberg and Guerra, still pretty much together. Then behind them,
wow,
this is the bunch. This is the main group. Now, I think this is really smart riding by this bunch because you're looking at this thinking, where do I go? If you put into a big and earlier effort, you're going to just blow yourself to pieces. You want to keep the pressure right. Liz Van Heulen, a really interesting post by Liz Van Heulen earlier on in the week about racing on the Sunday race. We were talking earlier about riders who've returned, who we saw racing a while ago, now returning back in to racing. Now, it's great to have Liz Van Heulen back with us this year and racing and in this group.
One of the things I am going to say is that I would love to congratulate all of our riders, because Van Hooling, the riders from the States and the USA, from Brazil and Colombia, it's 3 a.m. in the morning there, and they get up week in, week out to race the Sunday Race Club and join us. Because, of course, the Sunday Race Club takes place at one point in time, but our riders are from around the world. So 2, 3, 4 a.m. in the morning, some places where our riders get on their turbos, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night where others get on the turbo. And, of course, every other time possible as well.
Pretty much there are people around the globe riding on MyWhoosh. You can see a spread of flags from different nations here. Tomasi Kittel, Mayor for Van Heuling with the United States of America, Switzerland, along with New Zealand and Italy represented there. So 3 different continents as well. The riders, though, all in action at the moment. You can see these riders out of the saddle. Catherine Fur really riding strongly. Swiss rider on home turf here. Got family history, of course, because her sister taking, of course, that medal in the paracycling Road World Champs.
Took 3rd place on this course. In 2024. Fabulous performance, and went on to take gold in 2025 in Reims, Belgium.
Indeed. I know you had the pleasure of putting words to the action there, Emma, of course, UCI commentator as well as commentator here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club across a multitude of disciplines, as and myself. In fact, I'm going to be in action a little bit later on today, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are in the world, because I'm going to be on the UCI World Cup cyclocross racing from, I want to tell you where it is, but I'm trying to remember. It's going to be from Dendermonde. There you go. Yes. Brain's currently on cycling esports. It's not riding around
as
in mud.
It should be.
It's a lot warmer.
Well, Erevec at the moment, part and parcel of this leading group in Category 5. German Prado is there as well. And so is Palma Mongali, Natalia Idzik, Annelyn Tejeros. The size of this leading group in Category 5 at the 30-kilometre marker. They've got 5 kilometres of racing still to go, and there is a real battle on. The green jersey is on the back of Natalia Idzik. The polka dot skin suit is on the back of Natalia Annelyn. The rest of the riders in this group, what a pack it is. And I'll tell you something, it's not a huge gap back to the chasers, but this group now really starting to establish themselves. 6 riders, Category 5, as they head up the Lindenhof climb for the 2nd time.
So the penultimate climb for Category 5 at the moment. The riders in Category 6 up the road. They should be our first riders to finish. This group will be the 2nd. Who will it be? Will it be one of our riders that we can see in person? Because Palma Mongali in the mix, currently riding around in the front of that group. So is German Prado. So it is just a little bit of a gap, but just starting to open. I think we're just starting to see a split starting to push here as Eric continues to accelerate here. You can see, though, that the polka dot skin suit just moving its way up into close attention. This is going to be really interesting now. Are we going to see Andalou put in a trademark kick over the top? Or has she used a lot of that energy, that climbing energy, or is she saving it for when we come into our finish? Because remember, even beyond the final climb, we've got a further 0.55 of a kilometre, 550 metres to the finishing line. Look at this, Prado at the moment on the move. Here we go. This is a move by Prado. She's got the gap at the moment. Is Prado going to take away the checkpoint? Is it going to be Mongali? Mongali's really digging deep, right over the bars. Mongali goes over the top. I think Mongali's just going to take that checkpoint.
She is.
Congratulations, well done. We love it when we can see the riders who are battling it out on our screens. I gotta say, I have no idea how German Prado can ride. You can see the effort on her face.
She's a superstar.
She's an absolute. She's a multi-time national champion.
She is.
Class is class. They say form is temporary, class is permanent, and it certainly is in German's case.
And let me just say,
absolute
like Mina Koivunen, who's in Category 1 now, on her return after her pregnancy, German Prado and Mina Koivunen both dropped back a category during their pregnancy.
Yes. Okay, let's go in with our riders out on course. We are in with Category 4 on the right-hand side. We're in with Category 1 on the left-hand side. McCarthy going to take another sprint checkpoint on the way through. As she goes in, she's going to Yeah, take away the points there in that green jersey competition. And because that is our only sprint, that is the green jersey competition won, checkpoint and sprint competition won by McCarthy for this week. She'll be looking to add the overall when she gets to the finishing line. She's closing down on all of our race leaders, categories 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Our category 4 riders here, Seba Array and Gina DeGracia on your screens. And again, you can see that contrasting stars. Gina DeGracia using the out of the saddle low rev technique. Now Seba Alray really having to dance on those pedals. 77 revs a minute. Still not super fast, but it's quick when you're out of the saddle. You can see the effort that's going in here. Penttinen, though, looking to accelerate up here, put the pressure on, maybe break a few more riders off the back of this group. Jenny Penttinen with the polka dot skin suit is up the road, going off the top of our camera shot at the moment, goes underneath the banner. That is Penttinen's checkpoint, but the rest of the riders, they need to keep pushing here. Remember, every second will count. We have seen teams positions in the team competition be decided by as little as thousandths of a second. So it's really critical that all the riders in your team are pushing all the way to that finish.
Now, the Penttinen, Corollas, Barragán, Karnas and Krasova were those 5 riders in Category 4. Through the Zurich Sprint, which is where Kate McCarthy has just been, she's led through Category 1, 39 minutes, 19 seconds of racing. Stefania Sanchez led through Category 2 at that point, and look at the difference in time. Kate McCarthy is on an absolute flyer today. Chelsea Magnus led through Category 3, Catherine Montoya led through Category 4, Natalia Idzik Category 5, and Amy Sudabayo Category 6. Those 6 riders are in their respective green skin suits.
So at the moment, McCarthy with the lead, and you can see one of the things I've noticed today when we've been looking at our categories, because this goes basically uphill from the start. Okay, there's a couple of K warm-up, but pretty much uphill from the start. All of our segment, all of our checkpoint times have been in category order. The fastest riders to those checkpoints have been Category 1, the slowest Category 6, as you would expect. We've not seen any of sort of the tactical racing, maybe, that sees those races start. So it's a fast race here today. Now, the current time on the clock for McCarthy, 42 minutes of racing. The time on the clock for Smithson, she makes her way up the final climb, 1 hour, 17 minutes, with all the rest of the riders sandwiched in between.
Yes. Now, this is going to be really interesting. And as we see the riders push on, I'm just going to mention the current course record here in Category 1, held by Kate McCarthy, 58 minutes, 13 seconds, was set in November 2024.
Wow.
So over 12 months ago. And for
Incredible.
me, Kate McCarthy has really come on this year. And I know it's a really strange thing to say about the woman who took the World Championship title in 2024 and the World Championship title in 2025. But I think we've seen real progression from Kate McCarthy in her ability and her riding. I think that course record will go today.
I don't think you are wrong, and we should be seeing new course records. In fact, the very first course records in Category 5 and 6 as well on the race route. Now, just going to just do a quick little bit of housekeeping, just in case anybody is new here. Right-hand side of your screen is the nearby list, the overall leaderboard of all of the riders in all of the race categories. So basically, number 1 is the first rider on the road, and whatever the last number is, 352 or how many riders there are in the race field in total out on the side. There is, of course, a time on the individual rider as well. So we will, you have to remember that they are basically on the same course at the same time in 6 race categories, but it's a staggered race start with Category 6 setting off first, Category 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. So Category 1 has to make their way right through everybody. The number on there is the overall. So if you've not been watching from the start, well, set your alarm clock a little bit earlier or get here, or just rewind to the start and watch it back from the race start. But remember, best thing to do is jump on board and ride.
Well, Category 1, Kate McCarthy's just gone through the leaders in Category 2. They started 5 minutes before her. Germaine Prado here in the Category 5 race, pushing on. Liz Smithson in the Category 6 race, just gone underneath the polka dot banner. That polka dot banner is indeed the Whitcomb climb 2. So Smithson now leading the category 6 race. Bremner 6 seconds back. Sudebayo 4 seconds behind her. There's 500 metres to go until the finish line now in the category 6 race. They've been racing for 1 hour, 19 minutes and 38 seconds. There's a big push now coming from Smithson on the run to the line.
And this run into the line really key. Between that polka dot banner, the dip down, the momentum builds, the speed builds, and then the acceleration up into the climb, really key. The banner is in front of Liz Smithson. This is going to be the race finish, our final race finish in category 6. It is going to be our race winner approaching. Liz Smithson broke clear on the very final climb. She's going to take away the polka dot skin suit as the winner of the climbs competition. She takes away the win on the December monthly finals for 2025. Liz Smithson, race winner in category 6.
Well, the category 6 riders behind Bridget Bremner and Amy Sudebayo are going to battle it out for 2nd and 3rd place in that category 6 race. In the category 5 race, Germaine Prado's got Pamela Mongeli for company. And then they've got a 4-5 second gap back to the chase group. They've got around 450 metres to go. So Prado, Mongeri, Erevek, Tejeros and Andalou all within 5 seconds at the moment.
So Pamela Mongeli on your screen. Just going to get we're just getting confirmation coming through of category 6. Smithson, Bremner and Sudebayo, as Emma said, coming in and through that finishing line. So well done to all those riders. Our first 3 riders in and home. Now, let's focus in on this race finish here. Category 5, they are some way down the hillside here today. We're just taking a look as they're making the way up. We've still got a little way to go here, Emma, at the 33.6k marker. What would your tactics be now? How hard would you push if you were Prado and Mongeli, knowing that you've got Everheck behind you, 4 seconds behind?
Oh, I'd want the wheel. Absolutely, I'd want the wheel.
You want to be sat second wheel. You wouldn't be taking the impetus on the front, even though you've got a gap to Everheck.
No, I would not at all. I would be wanting the wheel and I'd be letting somebody else do the work. And that's exactly what Paul Mongeli is doing. Well, we're back in with Kate McCarthy. She's coming up towards the 30-kilometre marker. So 5.4 kilometres to go for McCarthy in that Category 1 race. The rest of the riders in Category 5 and Category 4 are still out on the course at the moment.
So you can just see the categories out and racing on their way into the finish here. McCarthy, the fastest rider on the race route, bar none today, ahead of a big group of Category 2. The riders in Category 2 are working the way. They're just in front of the rest of the race field. There's a big pack of chasing riders in 2. But will they get back in their Category 1 leader? Already rocketing past the leaders of Category 2. McCarthy on a mission here today to come in. She's going to add to her total. How many wins has McCarthy had so far?
Kate McCarthy's had 39 wins. Well, she's not.
This year?
No, you're making me confused now. She's had 39
yes.
wins.
So many stats, so many figures, so many numbers. So McCarthy on the way in to the finish. Will this be a nice 40? That'll tell you something. That's nearly 80%. We will see. Will she be the rider with the victory today? It's certainly looking good. It's going to take a something major for McCarthy not to get there. She's working her way towards the top of this climb. Remember, Category 6 having finished their race. Smithson, Bremner, Sudebayo, Falana and Palaska, the riders who have come through the line so far. They're your top 5. Don't forget, you can get all of the full results. They're provisional at the moment on MyWhoosh.com. Go to MyWhoosh.com, go to the menu, and then hit results. You'll see the live races at the moment. When they're verified and everything is checked and confirmed, then you'll see the blue seal of approval. And that big stamp, I nearly stamped the table with an imaginary rubber stamp to go pa-chink, and that means that they are confirmed.
Well, talking about confirmed, this is going to confirm who takes the polka dot skin suit in Category 5, and it's Germaine Prado versus Palmer Mongeli.
Just going to see this quick check as we go through. McCarthy confirmed at the moment is the rider who takes the checkpoint. She takes the final points in the maximum points in the mountain competition. So that's the polka dot skin suit and the green skin suit now in category 6. As we go over the top here, we're going through the checkpoint. I tell you something. I want to be in the race lead with the wherewithal to go knock Santa off. You know,
the elf on the shelf fell over. Well, there's not far to go now for these two riders, Paola Mongeli and Germaine Prado. Prado coming back onto the wheel of Mongeli. She needs to concentrate now, does Paola Mongeli. No more elves on the shelves for her. This is the finish line ahead, and Germaine Prado is coming in fast.
Yeah, Germaine Prado, what's this? Will Mongeli be undone? Will the Christmas mischief misbehave, or will this be a smooth run? Mongeli now over the bars. You can see it goes low there as she pushes on. Prado's giving it absolutely everything. Two of our real stars of the screen in both ways. Prado's coming back at her. Prado's coming out of camp. Mongeli, hold on. It's going to be Prado who takes this. Germaine Prado. Merry Christmas. My
Happy
goodness
New
me.
Year.
And a Happy New Year. Germaine Prado, you can see the effort
what
there.
A win.
She punches the air. The congratulations comes from Paola Mongeli. Thank you very much both, and all our riders in category 5 and category 6 who finished so far, and all our riders who are out on race route. Brilliant to see. We're in with category 4 now, and another big sprint here at the top here of this little steep section. This is the run in towards the finish line here in category 4. Category 4 on the way to the line. The group has gone, and Cici has put the biggest dig in. She's gone clear, but look at the kick coming here from Penton. Penton's coming on the side in category 4. Cici holding on at the front of the race. Penton trying to close behind. So is Carolus. Cici holding. Can Cici hold on to the race lead? She does. It's going to be Veronica Cici who takes away the win in category 4 from Jenny Penton. As they come in and over the line, the riders are making their way in and through. Absolutely phenomenal to see these riders making their way into our race finish at the moment.
Well, they are indeed. And Kate McCarthy continuing to do the business, continuing to tap the rhythm. She's at the 32.3 kilometre marker at the head of the Category 1 race. She's gone past the riders on the right-hand side of your screen at the 32.1 kilometre marker. Those are the leaders in the Category 2 race. Elsa Haag, Katerina Karamani. It's a huge group of Category 2 riders coming into the final climb.
Okay, so whilst our riders in Category 2 and we're on to the final climb, Category 3, almost simultaneously to Category 4, coming in through the finishing line. They are in and through. The timing being that we simultaneously hit the line. The time differences between them, I was just taking a little bit of a check on the timing. Basically, simultaneous. So, Category 3, well done to our following riders. Congratulations to Rutty Reese, taking away the race win in the very final race of the year in Category 3 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Heather Shanks, Emma's tip for a good race today, second place. So on the podium there for the FCC pedal pushers, with Anna Russell in third, Chelsea Magnus coming through in fourth place, and Mally Steyer coming through in fifth, Montgomery in sixth, Carrie Stewart in 7th, and Embring in 8th, Jem Real in 9th, and Christy Tracy coming through in 10th position. Have you got any of the team results? A quick rundown on those while our riders are on the
climb.
So
in Category 3, the Riot Ho Ho heavy squad, heavy hitters come through for the win. So Anna Russell, Jen Reel and Christy Tracy take the win in Category 3. The FCC What Works take the win in Category 4. Cici Frias and Vochakova. In Category 5, it's the Femme Cycle Collabs pedal artists who take the win today. Prado, Mongeli, Eravec and Andalou. And in Category 6, it is the four-corner force of Smiths and Bremner and Sudi Bio who take the win there.
So four-corner force, the team who won last time out last month, going in through. Great to see the leaders of Category 4. Basically, that was essentially pretty much all of the front breakaway group, with the making the way in there. Brilliant to see that. I love the fact that we've got one of our alliteration squads, which is a ho 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 heavy lifters. Illustration for anybody who is just wondering, a bit like me, didn't spend enough time at school and spent too much time on the bike. Illustration is when all the first letters are the same.
Right, let's have a little quick review of where we are with the final 2 race fields that are out on the course at the moment. Kate McCarthy leading the Category 1 race. Category 2, however, Elsa Haag is up the road from Katerina Karamani. Karamani's on your screen at the moment. She's the rider doing the chasing here and closing down Elsa Haag. Karamani has had a 2nd place recently on the Sunday Race Club, her best finish in Category 2 so far, and she's getting better and better. My prediction is it will not be long until she wins a Category 2 race. Could today be the day?
We will have to wait to find out. I think McCarthy is certainly looking like she's going to be clear on the front of the Category 1. You can see her out of the saddle. So the 2 leaders in person on your screen there now. 2 leaders on our screens now. McCarthy clear. Now, Guerra has gone clear of Alberg in the Category 1 race with the gaps opening up. So you've got McCarthy from Guerra from Alberg. They're your top 3 in Category 1 at the moment. Time gaps are such that we expect those to stay those positions, but this is bike racing and anything can happen. You can snap a chain and you can have your derailleur go into limp mode and all of a sudden you're stuck in your biggest gear on your way back in. You could find that you pull those handlebars and you snap the bar. Anything can happen. People get cramp, all sorts. Anything can happen. Get it right, get it dialed. You in with a chance of victory at the moment in Category 2. You can see Elisa Haag, really starting to push on here in that polka dot skin suit as our best climber so far. She's really looking to push on as she makes her way up this climb. McCarthy at the moment on the left-hand side of your screen, currently in front because McCarthy, remember, has gone in front. She's pulled back the 5-minute deficit she had to the leaders in Category 2, as they set out from the pens. And then continuing to push onwards. So McCarthy has overtaken the leaders in Category 2. That means that we will see the winner of Category 1 come through the line before we see the winners of Category 2.
We will indeed. And in around 750 metres time, McCarthy should be heading to that line. The first line she's going to see, however, is the top of the final climb of the day. It's the Whitcomb climb on lap 2. And McCarthy is going to go through that for a clean sweep in the climbing competition today.
Maximum points in all the competitions, taking away the top points. It's going to be a fantastic way to round out 2025 with one more archway to go under, one more set of banners to go beneath, one more clock to stop. Will it be a new course record here today? We will have to wait to find out. It's going to be, I think, close, but will it be close enough? She's out the saddle and sprinting. Kate McCarthy, she took her 2nd World Championship win in a row. McCarthy on the left-hand side of your screen in the green skin suit sprints towards the very final banner, her very final race win on the Sunday Race Club. It's been another year to remember, to celebrate for Kate McCarthy, the world champion, the dominant queen of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. That's another race win to her extensive race palmares. Race winner, Kate McCarthy.
Yeah, and another course record as well for Kate McCarthy in the bag.
Oh, that was so, how close was it?
Well, 10 seconds she took it by. And
wow.
Can I just say, Kate McCarthy gives it absolutely everything. Every time she gets on that bike. Well, with around 400 metres to go, this is the front of the Category 2 race. Elsa Haag, Van der Vliet, Kalman, Garea, all in the mix. The push is on as we watch the riders of 2nd and 3rd in the Category 1 race are going to be battling it out and battling it out at the front of the Category 2 race. Well, Van der Vliet is pushing on.
So Van der Vliet at the moment with the gap to Kalman. Kalman's trying to close down. So is Hager behind here. Van der Vliet has the gap at the moment. It's looking like it's going to be Van der Vliet. Van der Vliet just goes around the rider in category 4. Van der Vliet's going to hit the line to take away the win. Femke Van der Vliet takes the win. It's going to be a second place, I think, for Kalman. It was so close on the line with Hager there, just waiting for that to be confirmed. It is indeed Femke Van der Vliet who takes away the race win. It is Joanna Kalman in second and Elisa Haag in third. Sylvia Guerrero in fourth and Sarah Roach in fifth place in category 2.
In category 1, we're in with Gabby Guerra at the moment. She is on your screens and she can see the UCI banner for the final Sunday Race Club of 2025.
So Guerra out of the saddle in person on the left-hand side of your screen. Another good year for Gabby Guerra. Guerra pushing on to go underneath the finishing line. Second place here today in a reflection of that World Championship. A silver medal twice in a row for Guerra, and really has shown ever present all the way through the year on Sunday Race Club. Second here today as third place, Camilla Arberg on the final ascent of the day, on her way in towards the final finishing line on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in December in a women's race. It is going to be Arberg who makes her way underneath the banner to take away that third place, the third place on the podium. She goes through ahead of the riders behind. Now, behind, that it's a bit closer in the battle for top 10 positions here because Bruni's clear, but then you've got Gallegos, Kolczynski together, then Koivunen and Fua together, and then Tomasi, who early on was riding really strongly at the front of the race, distance from the front of this race field.
And I'll tell you something, it's going to be a right battle between the two riders from the USA, Gallegos and Kolczynski, for that fifth place, I think. But at the moment, Merle Bruni looks like she's going to come through to take fourth place today in the Category 1 race.
So fourth place over the line for Bruni, and that battle, is it going to go Gallegos' way? It is. So Gallegos takes away fifth. It's going to be Kolczynski in sixth position as she goes in over the line, and then it should be
just Nina Koivunen.
Yeah, Koivunen coming in through ahead of Fua with a little bit of a gap between those two riders as well. So our riders making the way in over the line. These are your overall standings. The fastest riders out on the course were our Category 1 riders, as you would expect, with Kate McCarthy setting that new course record here on the last race of the year. She comes over in 58 minutes and 7 seconds. Gabby Guerra in second place with Arberg, Bruni and Gallegos rounding out your top 5. Kolczynski, Koivunen, Fua and Holcroft with Tomasi rounding out the top 10. Brilliant racing from all of our race fields. Thank you very much to all of our riders who have competed over the course of the Sunday Race Club this year and all the preceding years. You made it what it is so far. Thank you very much for watching. If you've enjoyed the show, don't hesitate to recommend it to your friends. We'd love you to jump on board and join us for racing. So Emma Martin, who you can get in touch with and follow at biking_Emma, and myself, Matt Payne, who you can follow at Matt Fixer Payne on Instagram, can put words to the action and get your name the highlights or ride alongside us. Emma, one highlight, what was in your one big takeover 2025? Got one particular memory?
The growth of the women's race field, absolutely amazing. We started with 144 riders. We've topped 200. It's been a very special year.
It certainly has. For me, I have loved seeing more and more riders in their pain cave in person as well, and putting faces to those avatars and get to know and see those people and the characters as well, of course, as seeing more and more people on the club. But so, yeah, definitely. We'd love you to join. Don't forget, you can subscribe, hit that subscription button on YouTube or on Twitch TV. Thank you, everybody who's been in touch and contributed. We are going to take a short break before we come back for the men's race, the very last MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for 2025. We're going to Colombia to the Alto de Aguila, the men's race kicking off at 1:25 Gulf Standard Time. So in about 20 minutes time for the first race start. We'll be back in about 15 minutes or so. Until then, thank you so much for being with us from Emma and myself and all of the team at MyWhoosh.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. We'll see you soon. Goodbye. So hello and welcome back. If you were with us for the very last women's race, we're back for the men's race. Myself and Emma Martin. My name's Matt Payne. I'll be bringing you all of the race action. We've been just doing some running over the numbers in the women's race, and it all adds up to FANTASTIC. Fantastic. So fantastic to have all of our riders putting in such great racing in the women's race. The men, well, guys, you've got a lot to live up to now because that was brilliant to watch. You've got a very different race route, though, to the women for your last race. 25.
Oh, it's going to be fast and furious today in Colombia on the Alto do Aguila. 50.3 kilometers of racing and just 492 meters of climbing. And take a look at that course. They come out of the pen. It is pan flat till a small bump along the way. Then they transition through 4 sprint checkpoints. Those 4 sprint checkpoints take them through to the 39.4 kilometer marker, and a little bit further down the road at the 44.9 kilometer marker is the start of the only climb checkpoint today. Yes, the race finishes on a climb. It wouldn't be a Sunday Race Club finale without this, and that is the Alto do Aguila climb. It is 4.9 kilometres in length with an average gradient of 6.1%. Is quite a steep finale today. And then when they get to the top, to that polka dot banner, they have a 500 metre tailwind finish.
And if you want to see the race route, where the wind is, and lots more detail like this, don't forget to go to MyWhooshinfo.com. You can also view the map route and actually see that in terms of a flat map and a wind direction, a bit like you'd see on your weather map at home if you're looking to see whether it's -2, as it is outside our studios here in France. Myself and Emma putting words to the action here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club as we move into our finals, where our team competition comes into play across all 6 race categories. The category 6 teams starting first, 7 teams of 5, 2 teams of 4, making it 9 teams who can qualify for those 7 team prizes. Our teams with 5 riders: BMC Spinergy, BMC 6, BMC 60s, Cycling District 6, along with Level Carbon, Level Steel, and the ZTBR Yanomami squad. Teams with 4 riders who can qualify: Level Titanium, along with the Stoppies Racing team. 3 riders times added together, your fastest 3 riders times added together, give you your team time. Fastest team takes top spot. Time to go racing. The very final men's category 6 race starts. Our riders head out underneath the banner, heading out onto race route. They're going to now face a day's course of 50.3 kilometers. When we get to the top of the Alto de Aguila climb, that will be the racing done for 2025 on the Sunday Race Club. Category 6, known for its fast and frantic and furious, aka a bit like a junior boys race start. It's known also for some great racing.
It is indeed, and Category 6, never discount these earlier starting categories. They give us absolutely fabulous racing, and you can see the push on at the moment. Xavier Maillard, one of the riders who we see very, very regularly here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, and Happy New Year, Xavier, and hope you're looking forward to 2026. But we've got to get this final race of 2025 out the way first. And in Category 6, the team competition in this finale, I think, is going to be a good one. Last month's winners, the BMC 6 riders, well, they could stand a chance. They could. Level Steel, Xavier Maillard's squad, could be in the mix as well. Level Titanium were second place last month. But for me, the ones to watch today are Stoppies Racing. There's been a plethora of top 5s amongst that squad this month. They look to be the team on form.
So the teams are battling it out throughout the year in our monthly finals. No yearly final. I know one of the suggestions on the live chat on the YouTube was for a yearly final of everybody who made the monthly finals. I quite like that idea. Whether or not it's taking on bodies way above my pay grade, I just put words to the action along with Emma. Although I do the feely stuff. and the tech stuff. Emma does the stats, and Emma has been, although it's been a very busy week here, Emma has been doing a whole load of stats about all of our riders, including Ephraim Mambo, who's another rider. Great to see. Brand new pain cave for new Christmas present, a new pain cave to look in at Ephraim. Good. Going to go with good morning, early morning, Ephraim.
Well, he's part and parcel of that level titanium squad who took second place in the team competition. In that level jersey, you can see, and channeling his inner team, because they're going to be looking to go one better this month. And category 6, we talked about how competitive these race fields are. 35 different winners throughout 2025 in category 6. So a very, very competitive race field. In terms of those riders who took the most wins, Dylan Kennett's taken 4, Marius Fossid and Escobar as well have taken 3. And in the mix for the most top 5s in category 6, well, Julio Arrego has had 13 top 5s.
Wow.
Riley Milostic took 10.
Sorry, I was just taking in the information. There's so much information today. Don't forget you can play it back. I think we're likely, you are likely to get a little insight into Emma's world at some point on social media. When Emma takes all of this, it may be that she might even give you a little glimpse into one of her many, 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 many notebooks that she has with a little picture on social media of just some of the stuff she put together, but she may be keeping that secret. No secret, though, that we have lots of great riders, and in fact, one of our Colombian riders, it's Pablo Potero. And again, I think this is another new pain cave. I try and keep track of all of them, but I've got to say, that is a very memorable big screen. I thought the screens in the studio were big. That's big.
No, I love a big screen to race to. It's absolutely fabulous. You can see all the detail because our riders are racing to all the information you, our viewers, can see on the screen. That's the information they take in on the race as well. And that's the information they use in terms of tactics, strategies, and how they actually execute their race as well. So the rider we are in with on the right-hand screen, highlighted in blue, it's their stats and details you can see in that top white bar. The time raced, and you can see Sugai's rider, the rider we're in with at the moment, Eduardo Sugai, looking like he's on the balcony as ever. Always love the fact that he's out on the balcony. His heart rate 139, the power 269,241, regularly changing. When it's green, he's in the draft, and the arrows by the side of the draft number indicate the strength of the draft. 3 arrows is what you want. That is the most draft and where you want to be in terms of positioning. You can, of course, use steering to get that positioning. The cadence also up there. Now our riders are category 6 race field away first, 10 minutes before category 5, who are 5 minutes ahead of category 4, who are 5 minutes ahead of category 3. Then we take another 10-minute break before we get the category 2 race field underway. And then 5 minutes later, the category 1 riders leave the pen. It tries to ensure that we get to see every single race finish on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. We're also getting to see every single race start.
It does indeed, and that is one of the great things, isn't it, about MyWhoosh? It's about that whole community. It's about everybody who is here. It's not just about the elite racing. It's not just about those who maybe make their living at elite level, taking away sort of the big prizes and the championship titles. It's about riders like you, like me, who jump on board in our pain cave at home, who maybe a bit like me, you know, the older you get, the faster you went, or maybe you're brand new into riding, you've never ridden a bike anywhere, and you're having your first steps. Do get in touch with us. We really do like to hear from you if you're coming to come and race. And thank you, everybody who's been in touch. Big, big thank you. Everyone who's been in touch with me at Matt Fixer Paint and Emma, which is at biking_Emma.
Well, today's race, we have 4 sprints today and 1 climb out on the course. And Botero, Mamba and Sugai will be contesting those 4 sprints. The first one coming at the 11-kilometre marker. Now, in terms of the 2025 most dominant sprinter in category 6.
Oh, come on.
You're not going to take a guess.
Most dominant sprinter in category 6. I'd like to say it's one of the friends of the show. Because I'm going to take a it's not going to be the well, it's going to be I'm trying to think. He rode in the
Oh,
championship.
come
Come on,
on.
I don't know. Go on.
Well, I can tell you, Marius Fossey
Yes,
is the most
that's who I
dominant
mean.
sprinter in Category 6, closely followed, however, by Ola Warren. So
Yes.
Marius Fossey has 9 sprint wins. Ola Warren has had 8. So those are the 2 names you need to watch out for today.
Both riders who rode really well in the MyWhoosh Championship. And I was
They
thinking
did.
I was thinking of Marius Fossier, but both riders have been on our screens before, so great to see those riders who jump on board. Don't forget, if you are riding, if you're racing, and you're not on our screens, you could be joining Pablo, Xavier, Efra, and Eduardo on our screens. We could be getting a view into your pain cave. We could be highlighting you, your moment of fame. You can put up a little cardboard sign that says "Hello, Mum." You can wave at us. We'll wave back. Please do jump on board. It's really simple to do. The link is in your email if you have entered the email from Race Control. And I got to also put a big thank you out from Race Control team for everybody who enters on time and gets your teams in there. If it's level racing, like Ephraim was just showing us there, or whatever your team is. It really makes life easy. There's a lot of preparation work behind the scenes, not just for us at commentary, but also for the whole teams who put the whole thing together. And it does take time, particularly because the numbers have increased so much on MyWhoosh.
Can I just tell you, back in January, 264 riders entered the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in Qualifier 1. The most riders we've seen in the men's race this year, 424 in one of the December qualifiers.
424, the biggest number. That is
biggest race
field. Sorry, that is huge, and it shows you. And that's one of the reasons why it just takes us all more time to get everything done. Now, Category 5 are about a minute away from our race start. Let's run through the teams before we go through some more numbers. 12 race teams taking to race start in Category 5. 6 teams of 5, 4 teams of 4. 2 teams of 3. Remember, 3 is the minimum to count. So the teams with 3, Cycling District 5B and the Quo Vadis squad with 3 riders apiece. Teams with 4 riders, Dirt First, Level Raiders, MPCC team, along with the Racer Racing. Teams with 5 riders, well, BMC, you've done it yet again with the Get Racing squad and Rule 5 squad. The Cycling District 5A have 5 riders as well. The Level Avengers, they do as well. Sorry for the voice, it's just irresistible. Level Up have 5 riders, as do Ride Club Finland 5. One of our big squads jumping on board. Sammy Tuami riding for Ride Club Finland 5. One of our regular riders and another new rider as well during the course of this year. Category 5 with less than 5 seconds to go to head out onto the finals of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for December, the final race of 2025.
Well, away you go. Category 5, the light blue jerseys leaving the pen here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, heading out onto the course in Colombia. Now, over 2025, 33 different riders have taken wins in Category 5. And for me, the team competition is wide open today. I have nearly every single team highlighted because the riders who have taken top 5 positions this month are scattered like skittles right the way through the race field. So BMC Get Racing have Skretting, who's taken a 2nd place. BMC Rule 5 have had Josh Lipka, who took a 3rd place last week. Cycling District 5A have, for example, Reinheimer, who took a 4th place. Dirt First have David Young, who took a 2nd. Level Up have Silvano Toretti, who took a 3rd. MPCC team have Laszlo, who took a 5th. Ride Club Finland have Jeremy Horn, who took a 4th. So for me, that looks like 3, 6, 8 different teams who have got riders who are on form today.
So in Category 5, we have got 12 teams, 8 of which have got top 5 riders.
David Young being one of them.
Indeed. And David Young, fast becoming one of our regular riders. And it's great to see David in action once again. Another rider who gives us a little view into his world in the pain cave as well. Good to see you, sir. Early morning in the United States of America. One of our regular riders, really animated things. He's not afraid to go on a breakaway, is he?
Well, no, and he's also a great climber. His 2nd place this month came on the Jebel Hafit.
I mean, what a place. Legendary climb.
But also today, strong, steep climb at the end could well suit David Young. Keep your eyes peeled.
And the Yebble Feet race route, although it has climbs on the way to it, they are relatively minimalistic compared to that big climb at the end. Just in with Junior Silver, big gear there, just keeping the pedals turning over there. The riders kicking the way out here, 58 revs per minute at the moment, but at the moment just going up along the top of this plateau, weaving their way in through this little town section, just working the way around, 1.5 kilometers covered. Need to be in with that group. One of the key things for me is we look in on people's paint cases. It's always good to see what's in the background.
Helmets.
I don't just look at
Safety.
just look at the rider. Look at the background too. Be warned. We do this if you're going to go on camera. We're always looking for hydration bottles. We're often looking to see so other things on the tick list. Helmets. Tick or cross. Tick. They were there. Tick. Bikes. Didn't see any that time.
No. Didn't see any race numbers either.
No.
I like to see a race number.
I like trophies.
Or medals. But I also just like to see people because I love a little bit of support in the pain cave as well. Well, category 6 at the 8.6 kilometre marker. There's a big push at the moment from Vasanen going off the front. Still some long run to that 11k sprint checkpoint. The category 5 riders, they are out and running from the start pen, whilst we've got other race fields waiting in the start pen. At the 2.2 kilometre marker, that's where the category 5 riders are at the moment. And Christoph Fitzer is the rider they are in with whilst they continue to race. The category 4 riders, well, they are away next.
They are indeed in category 4 with a real mix of riders as well as teams. 11 teams in the category 4 race field. 4 teams of 5, 4 teams of 4, and 3 teams of 3. So with 5 riders, we've got BMC Racing, the Cycling District 4B squad, the Cat 4 Fun squad, as well as Ride Club Finland 4. With 4 riders, the BMC Anzacs, the Cycling District 4A team, Level Golden 4, as well as the Lorem Ipsum squad. And our team with 3, I think it's with 3 riders, the minimum required for your team competition, BMC 4, Level Golden 14 2, and the On the Rivet Racing. So we'll see whether they are on the rivet when they are there. The On the Rivet, for those who don't know, On the Rivet is basically because the old saddles were made out of leather and they had a hammered over rivet that held the leather on a metal frame. And the very front of the saddle, the very nose of the saddle, had a rivet there. And when you were trying hard, you would pull yourself on the bars, move to the front of the saddle, and you'd be sat on the rivet. And in fact, it's not that long ago because one of my bikes had, in fact, I started off on leather saddles and was regularly on the rivet.
Well, on the rivet or not, it is one of the teams here today as the final countdown is underway in the category 4 race. The lights go green and away go category 4. We're in with Marius Fossid, one of the riders who has progressed this year on the Sunday Race Club up to this category. He's also one of the riders we know who has a phenomenal sprint on him. 68 riders on the start sheets in category 4. And, well, 39 different winners this year. Natari's had 4. Stevenson and Squilari are tied on 3. There's been some very ferocious competition in category 4. Fabulous to see as we drop in with category 6, who are heading towards that first sprint checkpoint of the day. So the push is on right now with the purple jerseys at the 10.6 kilometre marker. 1 or 2 riders dropped off the back. They're heading to that green banner that indicates the first sprint on the Sunday Race Club here in Colombia at the 11 kilometre marker. Mamba part and parcel of the group, but he's not towards the front. I'm expecting to see, Mangino is up there, Lalowitz is up there, Vassen and Sugai are all in there, Antonin is there as well. Lazowitz goes up and over the top. So this odd goes Sugai. Sugai absolutely pushing on here for the banner. Doesn't look like to me anybody else is going to make it at that point. No, Sugai goes through first sprint points of the day. Eduardo Sugai pulls on that green sprinter's jersey. in Category 6.
So the first of those points in that competition going to Eduardo Sugai, and of course the checkpoint prize of all of these 4 sprints. The points are added together to give us our overall winner or leader. Interesting to see that Antonin has continued to push on through the sprint there. So they've gone through the sprint. Antonin, I think he's on a bit of a move here. He continues to push at 3.5 watts per kilo. He's still doing just short of 3. I think there's a bit of a long range attack there, a counter attack through the sprint, a classic move in Category 6 by Vaipeki Antonin.
Well, it's 8K to go till the next sprint checkpoint.
Yeah.
It's a long run, but there is a slight tailwind at the moment and no headwind forecast until we get to past that 19-kilometre marker.
Oh, and we're in with the legend that is. We were talking about alliteration, words that begin with the same letter. Mohammed Mkhtari, good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Happy New Year. I hope you've had a good 2025. You certainly had a good racing 2025.
Yes.
He's been one of our regular riders animating the racing. I hope to see lots more from Mohammed in 2026.
Yeah, and he's part and parcel of that Cycling District 4A squad. They should go well today. I've got a little mark by the side of them. I think it could be a good course for them. Yannicki on their squad has had a 2nd place this month. BMC Racing, however, is the team to beat. Every single one of their 5 riders has had a top 5 this month. They are absolutely packed with talent. Cadiz, Zanetti, Pino, Kirchner and Giuliano. Level Golden 4, I think, could go well today. On the Rivet Racing and Ride Club Finland are my other 2 team picks in Category 4.
So Category 4 up and away. We're going to move on to Category 3. Category 3, we're counting down 3, we said earlier on. It's a magic number, and it certainly is going to be for those teams who have 3 riders in their squads. Of our 14 teams, I'm going to say that again, 14 qualifying teams. There are 4 teams with 3 riders. The Bleu Blanc Rouge squad, all from France, appropriately. They've got the heaters on this morning. It's chilly in France. Cycling District Alpha squad, they also have 3 riders. And the Sandstorm squad also have 3. So do the Valbert team, all from Poland. We have teams with 4 and 5 riders as well. So 4 teams with 4 black horses, along with BMC Racing up, as well as the Cycling District Amiga squad. And to take this, the teams with 5, what's up next, along with Take That, Level Racing, and that rounds out all of our teams except for the Peak Power Racing 3, who have 5 in Category 3. Lots of numbers today. We said it could get confusing, but do you know what? What's not confusing? Get over the line first. You take the race win. Let's see who's going to do that here today. 10 riders will take away prizes individually. 7 teams in the team competition. The sprint checkpoints, the climb checkpoints, the sprint competition overall, the climb competition overall. So much to play for in all of our race categories. This Category 3 set out on to the roads of Colombia, where you can ride if you download MyWhoosh on iOS, Android, or of course on Windows. Do so on the MyWhoosh website.
Well, Category 3, 65 riders on the start sheets today, and it's been a really, really competitive year for the Category 3 race field in the Men's Sunday Race Club. Hold on to your hats. 41 different winners.
What?
In Category
Say that again.
41 different winners in Category 3 since Qualifier 1 in January 2025. 11 riders have taken 2 wins. Jussi Palaka came up into Category 3 from Category 4 this year, and he's taken it by the scruff of the neck. He's deeply in the middle of the pack. Those 11 riders who have all had 2 wins each: Stenman, Angarita, Kennett, Clays, Becker, Bloom, Kansara, Langevin, Ridley, Holweiler and Kisnowski. Jussi Palaka knows he's got class company in this category.
Well, he is in amongst like riders, because he's definitely class and definitely a rider. I would never discount Jussi Palaka from a race when he's very smart when he puts his effort in. You always see him in the right place at the right time. And thank you very much, Jussie, for all of those looks into your pain caves throughout the course of the year. Just in with Evan Swart in category 5 at the moment, just on the back of this big group. 7.6k covered for them. There is the potential, isn't there, for a really slow start here today, but the racing's been fast, and
Yeah.
with that massive number of race winners overall in this race, in all our race categories, but particularly on some of these later categories, it's been really notable. In with Evan in the pain cave, as we just take a little bit of a look down. He's got the hydration on board, which is good job, sir. Nice
Lots
to see
of sprints
Large on there.
today. He's going to be in his absolute element.
The question is, has Evan had a good year for 2025? I hope it has been a good year. I hope you've enjoyed
We've
the
enjoyed
racing.
watching him race.
We have it. Oh, it's a so-so. Are you just? Is that just because you haven't won enough, Evan? Is that what it is? And you just want to win even more? You don't know.
Taking part is what counts.
No, winning is what counts. That's what counts. Winning is always what counts. That's all that matters. No, it's not. It is about taking part and enjoying it as well. You can win and have fun as well.
You have to enjoy your racing.
You do. Happy riders of fast racing. It has been good, and thank you very much, Evan, for interacting with us.
He's obviously bringing on the next generation of cyclists as well.
Yes, I noticed that in the background, that when on the helmet, bike, hydration sort of tick list, he's already got the hydration. I can't see the bike, but definitely the bike helmet, although it's
not his.
It's not. No, I don't think they had helmets quite so stylish when you were a kid, Evan. I hate to say it.
Well, that's probably very true. But as the Category 5 pack rolls and rolls strongly, they are heading towards that first of those 4 sprint checkpoints. It comes at the 11-kilometre marker. Category 5. Well, interesting to see today, Ola Warren has moved up from Category 6 into Category 5. And what we know about the Warren family is that they are superb sprinters. Joel Warren moved up some time ago into Category 5, Ola's son. And when they were both in Category 6, we often saw the Warren lead out in the sprints. Now that Ola Warren has moved up, will he be leading out Joel Warren today?
Ooh.
Joel Warren holds the most number of sprint wins in Category 5. 13 of them in total this year. Arthur Corbani, well, I think we're going to see him a little bit later, potentially on the finale on this course today.
We always get a good look in Arthur. It's great to see Arthur Corbani in action. So thank you very much, Arthur, and all of the team behind the scenes. Arthur as well, hitting the tick list. I think I can see. No, can't see a water bottle. I can see wheels and bikes. So that's hitting the hit list. I think
plenty of fans.
Yes, of the ventilation type rather than the support type.
There you go. And there are plenty of fans of the support type on the road here out in MyWhoosh, but just not on the boardwalk at the moment. So Corbani in the mix in the Category 5 race. They have got around 1.2 kilometres to go till they get to the first sprint checkpoint. In fact, on the top right-hand corner of your screen, you can see that green banner just off in the distance. They've got a tailwind at the moment, so it's going to be making the pack move fast. Smithson off the front, but he's not going to be off the front for long. He's Beanie to Bhutan, has Matt Smithson. Can't help that. I just have to get it in for the last time in 2025. Zimiel is there. Horn is there. Jeremy Horn's had some really good racing recently as well. So looking forward to seeing what he can do for that Ride Club Finland 5 squad. But the pace is on at the moment at the front here as they're moving towards that sprint banner. They've still got 800 metres to go. This is a long run out.
It certainly is a long lead up to this sprint here, a long check in at the moment. Daniel Dotto, the rider on our screens at the moment. The riders making their way in, and he hits another of the tick list. He's got numbers in the background there as we continue to sprint in. He's in that position, he's in the mix, but he's not at the front, and this is going to be key. This run to the line, you need to move up now, Daniel. Keep kicking down if you want to be in with a chance of taking away this checkpoint. The banner is coming. Remember, it's a green arch. All these riders are launching themselves out at the moment. If they can't get to that checkpoint in time, they're not going to take away the prizes. They're not going to take away the lead here. The run for the line being led by Lezeka at the moment. He's got Reinheimer trying to come up hard on his side here. Reinheimer continues to push. Malice has got over the top of him. We're going to see who's going to take this. Lezeka at the moment, though, has the gap. He's got the distance. He takes the maximum points on the way through. Big lead out, big push. That was a long. I tell you something, Jumbo Jets could take off in less distance than they were sprinting there.
That is so true. But let me just tell you, the Category 6-pack went through way quicker to that point than the Category 5. A much slower start for Category 5. As we see the Category 6 riders going through the second sprint checkpoint. It looks like Antonin and Lelowitz absolutely battling there in that one. But the Category 5-pack, it was Lazia who took the win from Reinheimer, Fagala, Malice and Svart. Those are the riders who pick up points there. Well, those Category 6 riders going through the 19-kilometre marker, they are the riders first out of the start pen. And that Coffee Plantation sprint, Antonin did indeed take it from Lalowitz, from German, Vassanin and Mazaros, picking up points on that sprint.
So the race action unfolding all the way around our race route as we make our way across to our penultimate race category to lead the pens. It's Category 2. The riders in the green jerseys with 12 teams taking to race start with enough riders to qualify. There's a lot more teams than that, in fact, in Category 2, but you need 3 riders to be able to pick up the team competition. And one of the big news is that Abu Dhabi team don't have 3 riders. That is big news because it means that they are not going to be in the team competition along with a couple of other big teams, the UAE Falcons and the UAE Clan team as well. Some of our big name riders not as part of a team today. It does give a chance for other teams to go in and score. One team of 3 out of those 12 teams, the BMC Elite Racing Squad. A big thanks to everybody at BMC because they are really regulars with big squads, lots of different squads across lots of different categories. I've got to say a big thank you to everybody who organises their teams and puts them together for whichever team they are in and coordinates everything. You guys do an amazing job. Thank you very much to everybody who's already starting to get those dialed for the new cutoff, which is for the close of entries. So please, guys, try and make sure you do that if you can. Thank you, everybody who's managed to get those teams in early. We spend a lot of time on preparation for the show, and we have we're just part of a small cog in a big machine. All that machine can't start whirring until you get your entries sorted. So please do, guys, remember get those entries in early. Now, my favourite team name, in fact, is in here of the day in the men's race, Vuelta Panda.
The Vuelta Panda.
Yeah, the Vuelta route has been announced, and Vuelta Panda is about as random as it gets, but I really like it.
Well, the Category 2 riders down on the start pen. 75 riders in total. It's a big race field. And Jesse Langeveen has come up from Category 3 to join it for the final race of the year. Congratulations, Jesse. You've been putting in some great performances in Category 3. So looking forward to seeing that sprint power unleash in Category 2. The Goats took it from the riders of the Storm last month by 0.72 of a second. Is the racing going to be that close today in Category 2 as the lights have gone green and the riders head out of the start pen today? Well, the Category 2 race has been a really interesting one during Category 2, during 2025. There's been some fabulous performances and it has been really, for me, it seemed like one of the biggest, strongest race fields. We're just dropping in with Category 4 at the moment because they are coming up to that first sprint of the day.
So whilst Emma holds the facts and figures in her head till we go back across, they sprint really interesting here, going really long here. Seems to be working out for people because Oviedo at the moment has really opened up the gap. He's not going to be touched here behind Chicos and Glendinning, all in this battle at the moment, trying to get themselves back into place here. But Oviedo, Jose Montero Oviedo, one of our really experienced riders, is a regular attacker, regularly trying to take away the checkpoint points. He's on the front here, and you can see he's not leaving it to chance. He's got a 3-second gap, though. He could have a little bit of a sip of an espresso on the way over the line before the rest of the riders go.
Well, whether Oviedo is celebrating with a mini espresso to keep him fired and ready for the rest of the race today, or whether he's just sitting up and recovering now and dropping his heart rate, because Marius Fossid is bringing the rest of the pack to his wheel.
Let's jump back. Have you got those facts and figures in your head ready?
Category 2, yes, I can
Come
tell
on.
you.
Hit us
Category
with
2 this year have had 30 different riders take the win. The smallest, well, not quite the smallest number actually, because Category 1, we'll talk about that in a while, but one of the smallest numbers across the race. But that does mean that the most wins any rider has actually ever had is 4. Koinstinen, Mendakowicz, and X100 have all taken 4 wins in Category 2. Marcin Trojanowski is off the front at the moment, and we're going to drop in with him right now. He's pushing on strongly, just getting a little gap, just getting a little airtime. One of those riders who has been a strong part of the Category 2 race field.
I do like a stylish shot. I know we talk about our checklist of things in camera shot as we go in with our riders. Thank you very much, Martin. He's a rider who it does change. I love the fact you can see the wavy rim profile there.
Well, the riders at the moment in Category 2, Olivier Simmons doing the chasing down. Olivier Bigley Simmons, one of the riders so
I'm
dominant.
glad you went there first.
He's had a nickname given to him on the Sunday Race Cup. He actually holds the most sprint wins of all the riders in Category 2, taking 14 sprint wins this year in 2025.
So 14 sprint wins for Olivier Ollie Bigley Simmons, one of the legends. Another man who's fast becoming a legend of Category 2, Henry Notes, on our screens as well. Hitting the tick list, bikes and wheels in the background. Good to see you, Andre, the rider at the moment, right up in the right place here, because he's right at the front of this race. I have been keeping a little bit of a check on the chat in Category 2. And Ross Fawcett apparently has got to get back quick because he's got dinner in the oven. So expect, guys, if you're racing in Category 2, to be quick today so he doesn't burn his tea. Jakob Björklund just on our screen. It's another of our regular riders on screen in that jersey as we're moving through. Come on, more stats. Category 2, you're bound to have more. You never run out of stats, Emma.
No, I know. Well, X100, one of those riders who has taken a number of wins. Also in Category 2. Well, it's a really interesting one because I did mention that Simmons had taken 14 sprints.
Yes.
What's the maximum number of sprints anybody has taken in the men's Sunday Race Cup in 2025?
14.
You are correct. So
yeah, it's got to be the most.
The most sprints in 2025. In fact, 3 riders tie on 14.
No way.
So Olivier Simmons, Category 2, ties with Joel Warren from Category 5.
Okay.
And Jasper Paradians from Category 1.
That's impressive from Paradians in Category 1, because I would have said that it's very difficult, because once riders start going off the front of the race route, it limits the sprinters' options. So you've got to be an all-round rider. So really interesting to see that balance between riders who are sprinters and in the that overall list. Well, let's see who's in the Category 1 race with Jasper Paradines, who's part of the Wenger Boys squad. 8 teams in competition here today. ABC Sports were represented with 3 riders here today, along with Cycling District 1. They also have 3. Farm Watt Squad have 3, and the Whoosh Boys have 3. These squads with 4 riders. Alpha Jaw, along with Team Scandi Racing, and the Boss Moose Only squad. Very interesting to see how they go on today. They're out of the pen. They're up and racing. Jason Osborne, the world champion, right in the mix. You can see that rainbow jersey there, taking his 3rd title this year, 2nd in-person world title that he took in Abu Dhabi, where the team from MyWhoosh, Abu Dhabi, the home of MyWhoosh, of course, and Jason Osborne's riding has been absolutely super. I mean, a great year for him. I'm sure any year where you take a world title is a good year.
Well, Mikhail Kaminski on your screen at the moment. I'm going to say, before we talk about Category 1, I'm just going to talk a little bit about Mikhail Kaminski.
Yes.
Mikhail Kaminski, along with Phil Graves, the most ever-present male riders on the Sunday Race Club in 2025.
Really?
This is his 49th participation. The same with Phil Graves. These two riders have had 3 weeks off in 2025.
Wow.
I know. Ollie
Dedication.
Jones, SS, Arvin Godzazi, and Khan Kayan, 48.
And in terms of men and women, how does that compare for anybody who wasn't watching the women's show?
So Cornelia Engstrom and Gabby Guerra, the two in the women's race field, have had 52 out of 52 participations this year.
52 out of 52. So that's the target. Can you make them all? Not that we would recommend that to anybody. Personally, I'd suggest that you have a few weeks off for a break and maybe get a rest and do some recovery, because that's when you get quicker. But we will see.
There's no recovery coming here in this Category 5 race. They're at the 19-kilometre marker. That's sprint number 2. And Mark Tong's just gone through. And, big changes. It looks like Lisa, the rider in the green skin suit, has gone through in the top 5, but Marcel Malice, who took second place on sprint 1, taking second place on sprint 2 and taking the green jersey.
So just very quickly, 2 sprints early on in the race, 2 sprints later on in the race before we hit the mountains. For anybody who missed the start of the show, have a demerit for not being at the start of the show and watching the course profile.
Well, let's hit back to that Category 1 race and the Category 1 race field, because this week I think it's going to be really interesting in the team competition. Boss Moves only have been ever dominant and dominating with Alpha Jaw in second place last month, but ABC Sports 1, Power Tugels and Skierski, that's a squad to watch. Team Scandi Racing have been going really well this month. Andreas and Dane Pedersen's had a first and a third, and Ruben Don is backing that squad up. The Venga boys, Paradians, had a second and a fifth, and Panizza's had a fifth. And can I just say congratulations to Mads Buster up into Category 1. Now, in the Category 1 race field, we've been talking about the other categories, about how many winners. In the women's Category 1 race field, just 3 different winners in 2025. It's been very, very dominantly skewed to a small number of riders. How many riders do you think in Category 1 men's race field have had wins in 2025? If you're very quick, you can get it in the chat as well.
I think can you hear the cogs whirring? Putting coal on the fuel very quickly. I'm going to go with, I would say it was going to be 5.
You'd be correct.
God, no way.
It's
it was an utter guess.
Well, here's a good question. So, Category 1 winners.
Really?
5 winners this year. Jason Osborne has taken 27 wins. Bearing in mind, Kate McCarthy has taken 39.
Yep.
27 wins for Jason Osborne, 16 for Michael Vink, 6 for Ollie Jones, 1 for Niall Pedersen, and 1 for Michael Knudsen.
I'm glad you didn't ask me to name them all, because I probably would have got at least one of those wrong on the way through. But I just don't know, actually, because they're all memorable, because particularly when we get a new rider coming in along and scoring a big win, really interesting.
Jason Osborne, really interesting. So he tops the total number of wins. He also tops the total number of maximum number of top 5 positions. He's had 40 top 5 positions this year. Vink's had 33. Jones has had 29. Knudsen's had 24. He also tops the most climbing competitions in Category 1. He's had 20. Knudsen and Vink are tied on 8 beneath him. The only thing he doesn't hold is the most sprints in Category 1, because that goes to
Jasper
Paradians. And Pavel Skierski takes second place with 7.
Big difference.
If anybody is wondering how this balances out amongst the men and the women, okay, let's just do some numbers here, shall we? So Kate McCarthy's had 39 wins on the Sunday Race Cup. Jason Osborne, 27. Michael Vink in 3rd place, 16. Gabby Guerra, 4th with 11. Dylan Kennett, 5th with 10. Ollie Jones, 6. Amy Sudabayo is tied with Marius Fosseed, 7th and 8th with 5. And then 16 riders across the men's and the women's race field have had 4 wins apiece.
And that's the spread as we see category 1 being ripped up, because on the front of category 1, starting to stretch out, you can just see Bjorn Andreasen looking to make this a little bit harder from the start. Just goes on the attack as they go with the headwind. And now a push coming from Panizza over the top as they get the side wind from the left. It'll turn to a crosshead and then a side. You can see the wind direction indicator top right-hand side, the top right-hand corner of your screen. And the riders feeling the wind coming from the left-hand side, so the shelter is on the right-hand side at the moment. That's where they need to be. Remember, riders are able to steer on MyWhoosh. You can do that as well with the controllers. It will naturally stay on the race route, but if you want to optimize your position so that the draft, which you can see indicated at the side by the chevron, stays at the maximum 3, while you need to be positioned left and right as well as behind another rider in the wind. So getting that drafting will save you a lot of energy. And remember, of course, those numbers, what numbers are green, which we're seeing on the right-hand side of our screen at the moment, when you're in the draft, or they're blank when you're out of the draft, as we were seeing in category 1 on the left-hand side. Back in with category 2, real competitive race category. This X100, one of our long-time riders in here, along with Phil Grace. Phil Grace, the rider ever, rather than 2025, with the most participations ever. And again, he keeps on adding to them, making it harder and harder for anybody ever to get to that same record. Realistically, when we see the riders, somebody jumping in here is going to go, wow, it's incredibly hard. But there's lots of opportunities to race on MyWhoosh. You don't have to be as experienced as Ross Fawcett, somebody who's, we know is, he would be on that list of riders who's regularly racing all over the world.
Yes, and he does indeed. Not only does Ross Fawcett race from his pain cave in the UK, where there's dinner waiting for him, and who is offering him dinner today, by the way?
I don't know.
Stephen Clark.
No, apparently, Ross Fawcett's got his dinner in the oven, apparently, according to Stephen. So don't blame us if it's wrong.
Well, anyway, Ross Fawcett out and about racing on the road as well as part and parcel of that Stolen Goat team in the UK, but also out and about on his holidays, taking his turbo trainer with him wherever he goes. And we often see him in that little MyWhoosh pain cave, sometimes out on the Norwegian fjords. We've seen him in Ollie Simmons' back garden. We've seen him all over the place.
He's always welcome to come to France to the studios.
He could bring his camper van and set up. That would be quite interesting. Well, Olivier Simmons doing the business here at the 9.9 kilometre marker. He's chasing Andre Notes. Notes just 3 seconds ahead of him. They're heading towards that 11 kilometre marker, which is the first sprint checkpoint. Olivier Simmons is trying to do the business and hit the number of sprint wins even higher. Andre Notes is trying to take that title away from him, and he's given it some real go. 6 seconds back, it is the big chase group behind, and Jesse Langevin is in there, the rider who's come up from category 3, who we know is a phenomenal sprinter.
He's got a really, really fast finish on him. And I think that's going to be very, very telling today as they continue to push onwards. So Notes at the moment, you can see him on our screens in person and in avatar form. There's going long and there's going...
It's working though.
Well, it's not just long. This is like going like a whole race ahead almost.
Well,
it's, you know, he's got the gap.
But there's a reason, and a real good head thinking reason, because you come off of a side wind into a tailwind, a long run before the climb, and if you can get that gap, it's looking like you're able to hold it, and that's what's helping these riders go through that Santa Fe sprint today.
And it shows you, doesn't it? It's that effect. So basically, when you are in a headwind on your own, you're breaking that wind on your own. If you're in the bunch, you can take turns in the draft. You get more shelter. You get the draft effect, actually the bunch pushing you along effectively. That's why you used to see the following cars on time trials like have 30 bikes on the roof because it will push you along. Notes making the most of that tailwind where that headwind doesn't penalise you if you're on your own as much. So the big bunch coming through, chasing behind Notes with Langevin right up in the mix there in that sprint.
Yeah, he was indeed. So going through that Santa Fe sprint in category 2, Andre Notes taking the win there and picking up 5 points. Vidal Mayer taking second for 4 points. Jesse Langevin, the rider we were just talking about coming up from category 3, taking third for 3 points. Giselle Betty taking 4th and taking 2 points. Esabe Ibrahim picking up the final point there. Big pack, though, rolling through in that Category 2 race. Just taking a little look, 44 riders in that pack as they go through at that 11-kilometre marker. Well, all of our riders through that first sprint checkpoint of the day, other than Category 1, who are at the 8-kilometre marker at the moment, Ramirez, Machado, Noren, Vink, all in the mix. So Yassin and Plantero. The pack wide across the racecourse at the moment as they continue to roll towards that point. The Category 5 pack are at the 25.1 kilometre marker. They're through that second sprint of the day, and they're heading into headwind territory as they continue to move through the course. They're at the 25 kilometre marker. They are pretty much halfway on the course here in Colombia today, the Alto de Aguila. That final climb today, 4.9 kilometres of climbing will get them at the end. But before we get there, it is sprint after sprint after sprint checkpoint, 4 sprint checkpoints a day. And Michel Machado on your screen at the front of the Category 1 race is at the 8.6 kilometre marker. Plantero and Milostic are with him for company. But big kick at the moment, trying to utilise what we were talking about earlier in terms of the change to the tailwind to try and get some movement and to try and go clear of the group. But the pack here, well, they are closing him down. They are not letting him go anywhere. So Michel Machado, Linda Milostic, Christoph Kroll, pack back on their wheels. Plantero, Vujasin bringing them back. Knudsen is in the mix as well. The Category 1 pack continuing to roll and roll quickly. They've got 1.9 kilometres to that checkpoint. They're at 50 kilometres an hour at the moment on the flatlands, and we've got another attack that's gone very quickly over the top, and this time, well, it's looking like it's Michael Knudsen and Jason Osborne. The two teammates on the Boss Moves Only squad who have gone off the front now. Lyndon Milostic, the young rider from Australia, who has had an outstanding 2025, taken second in those Australian National Championships and making the semi-finals of the World Championships, doing a sterling job behind. But Osborne and Knudsen are on the move. Mikhail Kaminski is the rider now pushing, and Bjorn Andreasen to close this gap down. You do not want to let the Boss Moves Only squad go early, particularly on this course today. But as you can see, Van Elst, Kaminski and Andreasen pulling back the gap, and now going straight up and over the top. Oh, loving this. So in we go, bring them back. Boom! Stefan Van Elst goes straight up and over the top, and Van Elst doing the business here. 10.6 watts per kilo, 800 meters to go to the banner. He's trying to go long like he's seen the other groups go. Van Elst, Andreasen, Kaminski. Kaminski is coming at 10 watts per kilo already, but Van Elst is holding it. He's holding it and holding it strong. He's utilising that tailwind that he's got at the moment. The stretch on the group chasing Van Elst. If he could look over his shoulder and see them, they're strung out behind him as Stefan Van Elst makes his way. He's got 500 meters to go until he gets to the banner. 2 seconds is the gap at the moment, but the chase is off. The numbers are dropping behind, but Van Elst is holding. Van Elst is going to take this. He's accumulating seconds at the moment, and you can see the look on his face. You can see the effort that it is taking to win this sprint, the first sprint of the final race of 2025. And Stefan Van Elst is going to go underneath that banner in Category 1 and lead the group through. As Matt would say, the Iceman himself, cool as a cucumber, picks up the green skin suit, and well, the question is going to be, can he hold it till the end of the race today? So Stefan Van Elst picks up the skin suit in Category 1. Bjorn Andreasen picks up 4 points. Ollie Jones 3. Christoph Kroll is in there as well as David Nitko. But it was Stefan Van Elst who led them through. 14 minutes, 57 seconds, just slightly quicker than Andre Neutz, who led through the Category 2 race field. Damon Kisnowski led through category 3. Jose Oviedo led through category 4. Gresiek Liegzer led through category 5, and Eduardo Sugai leads through category 6 at that Santa Fe sprint point at the 11-kilometre marker. All 6 of our race fields now through that point in the race. So category 6 was the first group of riders out of the start pen today, 10 minutes before category 5. 5 minutes later, category 5 were followed by category 4. 5 minutes after that came category 3. We then had a 10-minute break in proceedings until category 2 came out of the start pen. Category 1 were our last race field underway today. All 6 race fields out on the course today. This is the last Sunday Race Club of 2025. It is the December final where the team competition is in play as well. They're out in Colombia on the Alto de Aguila course. It's a pretty flat course today until you get to that final 5 kilometers where we head up the climb, and the average gradient on the climb today 6.1%. But until they get to the 45-kilometer marker, the riders, well, they don't need to think about that yet. It's the 4 sprints along the way that are the focus today for our riders. Now, SS, Ridley, Simmons, X100, Van Erck are all towards the front of the category 2 race field. In fact, Olivier Simmons is off the front of the category 2 race field with SS and Lewis Ridley. Those 3 riders are down the road at the 16.7 kilometre marker. They are heading towards that 19.1k. Rick Van Erck, we drop in with him, and we drop in with him regularly on the Sunday race field. Rick, I noticed that category 3, before you moved up to category 2, you were a sprint king, and you hold for 2025 the second place best sprinter in category 3 behind Nicolas Fournier. He took 10 sprint wins in category 3. You took 7. Now you're doing the business in category 2. What can we say? What a year for Rick Van Erck. 2025 doing the business on the Sunday Race Club. Well, he's part and parcel of that category 2 pack now, Rick Van Erck, and riding strongly in category 2. That progression, fabulous to see throughout the year. Jamie Cahill, Jan Kaplinski, Peter Milostic, Jesse Yangoveen, all around him in that big pack at the 17.6 kilometre marker. Category 1 are at 13.9. They've still got some way to go to the second sprint. Big group across the road. Category 5, well, they are at the 30 kilometre marker. They're heading into a really strong tailwind section on the course today. And the last 2 sprints before that main climb. Category 6 are up there as well. In fact, category 6 have already gone through that third sprint checkpoint at the 35.2 kilometre marker. Ivan Stanev picking up 5 points there, and Antonin picking up 4. German, Lalowitz and Ibrahim all picking up points. So I think Antonin is going to be keeping that green skin suit in category 6. But there's one more sprint to go at the 39.4 kilometre marker. They're 3 kilometres out from that point. They were on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Let's take a little look at the course in Colombia where our riders are today. And you can see at that 35 kilometre marker where the Wax Palm sprint is, an awful lot of red and orange indicating the headwind section, and it's a long section of around 15 kilometres where that headwind is going to play a part, going through the Monpok City sprint as well. Being in the bunch, being in the draft is going to be absolutely key, and not being on the front of those groups unless you want to pop your wheel out into the wind to take either one of those sprints checkpoints and taking those riders through that point. The 45 kilometre marker is where we start to head skywards on the Alto de Aguila, but at the moment the category 1 pack is starting to wind this up again, not wanting to let the race be too sedate, and at the moment it's looking like it's Ollie Jones, Bjorn Andresen, and it's Bjorn Andresen who is on the front here pushing on. The Danish rider Part and parcel of that Team Scandi Racing is a real aggressive racer, and he really does like to take the race by the scruff of the neck and push on. At the Coffee Plantation Sprint, the second sprint that the Category 2 riders have just gone through, Olivier Simmons has done the business, and he has gone through and picked up the 5 points. Lewis Ridley, SS. Those three riders are away and clear. Simmons really strongly pushing on. Langevin leading the charge from behind with X100 picking up those final points. Benjamin Brigland on your screen at the moment. You can see the multiple screens in Brignall's studio. What a setup. Absolutely fabulous looking pain cave there as Brignall gets up and out the saddle and pushes on. They're on the bridge, the Category 2 riders, coming up to the 20-kilometre marker. They are about to move into the section that has most headwind out on the course in Colombia today as they head over the boardwalk down past the waterfalls. Brignall on your screens. Dark out of the window, you can see there in Canada at the moment, still the very early hours of the morning. Well, it's been fast and furious, and it's fast and furious off the front at the moment in this Category 2 race at the 20-kilometre marker. Simmons, Ridley and SS, the three riders who had gone clear. The rest of the pack now chasing because I think they're realising just how far ahead those riders are. Around, well, at the sprint checkpoint, Olivier Simmons, 25.08. The pack came through around 25.20, so about 12 seconds back, looking to bring those riders back into the group and secure them in the pack. Well, they are re-secured in the pack by the look of it, because I've seen Olivier Simmons next to Nathan Guerra. On the right-hand side of your screen at the 32.4 kilometre marker.
That was Category 5.
It was, as we drop in with Nathan Guerra.
In fact, yes, good to see Nathan on the bike, not just, of course, supporting Gary in the paid games. Nathan has been racing strongly through the year, progressing his way up through in Category 2 at the moment, and definitely a rider who could be competitive on today's race route, or looking, I'm sure, to score his way through as he comes up into that race finish. And good to see Nathan. Happy New Year, Nathan. Have a good 2025.
Well, he is one of those riders who is, at the pointy end of Category 2, and it is great to see, the commitment and the dedication and the focus and the time and effort it takes to get there. It is no easy way to get to the front of Category 2 other than a lot of hard work.
I think there's no easy way to get to the front of any race categories. When all of our riders join, they do the power passport. They get tested and they get dropped in. And it's been one of the real big changes, hasn't it? We've seen progressing on. We're talking about 2025 a lot. But it is one of the big differences, isn't it? It's not just, you pick where you're at. It's not just based on one metric like your FTP. It is actually based on a large number of metrics where you're going to end up when you're racing on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. And you need to go through that process.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Go on.
How many men do you think have raced the Sunday Race Club in 2025? I'm going to give you a clue. We've got 391 riders on the start sheets today. In January, we had 264 riders on the start sheets, and the biggest race field we've ever had is 424. I may have confused you with numbers there, but the original question is how many different riders have raced the Sunday Race Club in 2025?
487.
Not enough.
523 was going to be my second guess.
Not enough.
Oh, go on. Okay.
So if we just focus on the men.
Yeah, actually, it can't be anywhere near that, can it? No. Okay. So
Jeff Rooney is on our screen at the moment. He is one of the riders who is very present on the Sunday Race Club. He's one of these riders. 779 men have raced the Sunday Race Club. So 778 men have joined Jeff Rooney on the Sunday Race Club in 2025. In total, men and women combined, we've had 1,142 riders join the Sunday Race Club in 2025.
Well, thank you very much for every single person who has joined. As you can see on your screens, our current names in lights by Becky Antonin taking away the segment in category 6, Mark Tong in category 5, Yake Chikos in category 4, Giacomo Natari in category 3, Olivier Bigley, Ollie Simmons in category 2, and Pavel Skiski in category 1. When you look at the times, very interestingly, category 4 going faster than category 3, and category 6 going faster than category 5. So what we're seeing is different race tactics playing out, and the race is being raced differently, which is indicated in those times. The Coffee Plantation Sprint, the second of our 4 sprints here today, in with Pavel Skiski, who took that win. Pavel Skiski, really nice guy, really interesting interview with him on the Virtual Fellow podcast I was listening to the other day, and really interesting to hear, and good to hear Pavel. It's one of our new riders in terms of the Sunday race. He really made an impact in terms of men's riders who've made an impact this year for 2025.
Ooh, yes, he does. He does sit comfortably in that bracket in terms of riders who have made an impact. He holds the second number of sprint wins in category 1, but he's also a good climber. Evan Svart, however, is doing the business in these sprints in category 5. We said he would earlier on, and he's reveling in the sprints. That's sprint number 3 at the 35.2 kilometre marker. And Mark Tong's gone through as well. Marcin Malice, those riders, I tell you something, there's a real battle going on between those 3 for that sprint skin suit, and it's jumping around across their shoulders. Malice just holds it. He's had 2 seconds and a third. Svart is going to have to really focus on that 4th and final sprint at the 39.4 kilometre marker. That's in 4K if he wants to do anything about taking that jersey off the shoulders of Malice.
This story to be continued. Bit of a cliffhanger on the flat stage, isn't it, really?
It is.
Yeah,
I like
flat
a cliffhanger.
Stage full of cliffhangers.
Yes. Okay. Oxymoron. Is that the right word?
I think it kind of is. We can run with it.
In its loose definition.
Yes, very loose. Right, let's dive into the riders who at the moment need to keep a tight control of what they're doing and the watts as they expend them. At the moment, Vaipecky Atanen leading the category 6 race, bottom right-hand side of your screen. We're in the green skin suit because he's our sprint leader overall. He has the purple jerseys behind him here going up onto our big screen, and you can see that group that are leading at the moment. They've got this straight basically clear from the riders behind. These riders now taking the left-hand turn. They're at 42 kilometers at the moment, the 44.9k. They're going to turn on to the climb of the Alto Aguila, and that will then take them up. Now, I went out and rode the Alto Aguila.
Did you?
I did. I rode Switzerland and Alto Aguila this week. They were my 2. Well, they were the first 2 routes I rode on MyWhoosh this week.
Which one did you enjoy the most?
There was more downhill in Switzerland.
Do you know,
I'll be honest.
2026. I know there's rumours that we're going to head to the endurance climb in 2026.
I'm not pre-riding that.
But
actually, I might just ride like 2 parts of it.
Interestingly, the endurance climb, the slowest race, as in, if we look at the fastest times,
okay,
it's got the slowest, fastest winning time of 2025.
Okay, so
do you get where I'm going to?
So the time taken to win on any course,
the average speed of the endurance climb, 27.5 kilometers an hour, was the winning time, the fastest time on that course.
Hang on. The fastest average speed or the fastest time?
The fastest average speed.
Okay.
Of the endurance climb, 27.5 kilometers. 7 Gems course was the fastest course in the men in 2025, 46.4 kph.
So those are the fastest speeds on course to complete the course.
So David Young, part and parcel of this Category 5 race, and you can see him right towards the front of the group. We said the final climb is going to suit him, but he's got to get there with the leading group. And at the moment, the 36.9 kilometre marker, this is the battle for the final sprint checkpoint, and they are absolutely motoring. There's a small climb here in the cave section, and then they head on the flat plateau slow. They drop down the other side, a small flat run before they get to that 39.4 kilometre sprint checkpoint. But what Young doesn't want to do is be on the wrong side of a break here. He needs to be in that leading group going into the base of the climb to give him the opportunity to stay in contention for the win.
And this is part of the race route that the riders know well, because we do this part of the race route. Basically, on the outside of Aguila, you come in through the caverns here, and then you take a turn up onto the Alto Aguila climb and finish at the top of the climb. When we do the Paso Alto, you go in through the caverns, you turn, you climb the Paso, the Alto de Aguila, you then turn through town, and then you go up on to the Paso de Alto as well. So this climb done in both race routes. Now, when I did this route, one of the key things for me, and I'm going to be really interested to see how the riders race this, is that when you come to the top of the Alto Aguila, between where the climb checkpoint finishes and the race finishes on the climb, it is very much the case that it doesn't level off. And it's not on the steep bit. It's on that section where the gradient drops away, but it's still going up. And it was one of those that if you're going well, you're going to accelerate on the finish, but it's deceptive. It would be very easy to sit at a steady pace thinking that's enough to take you to the finish line. It's not. You've got to accelerate between the climb checkpoint and the finishing line, and consciously do that because you think you're going hard enough because it's still uphill, but because the gradient's eased off, you're not going hard enough to take that win. Going to be really interesting to see. I expect the speed to rocket as they come into those last 500 meters.
Well, that Category 5 race really interesting because they are heading towards that final sprint checkpoint, and that push really that we saw is for that move. The push here from Bjorn Andreasen, he's being pulled back into the group now. Jason Osborne, Machado, Noren, Kroll, Panizza, all bringing him back in. They're at the 24.3 kilometre marker. They are over 10 kilometres away from the next sprint checkpoint. So this is really to pick the pace up in the race and to get the race moving. Though you could argue at 42 kilometres now. Look how much the pace has come out now since they've made the catch. They've just dropped 5 kilometres an hour.
Yep. Yeah, it really shows you, doesn't it, the speed variation. And, of course, we've got the wind effect going in there as well. One of the things to remember when you keep an eye on our riders as they make their way in through all these riders, their height and weight is put in, and that is taken into account as well as their power. That gives the power to weight ratio. I have loads of power. Unfortunately, I also have lots of weight, so my power to weight ratio, whilst the watts are good, the weight is not so good.
Okay. Whereas I'm the other way around. The watts. Do you know I raced this week on the MyWhoosh Tuesday Night League?
Yes.
It's mixed racing.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! We always say, watts count on the flat, watts per kilo count on the climb. It was such a flat race.
It would have been my race then, basically.
It would have been your race, not mine.
Yep.
Oh goodness me! I was doing 2.7 watts per kilo to sit on someone's wheel who was doing 2.3.
And that's the thing, isn't it? I put out a lot of watts for a watts per kilo. You put out a lot less watts for that watts per kilo because you're lighter. So you got to take into account weight and height. Right. One rider who is definitely doing the business here today, Ben Kirk, at the moment, is going to cruise through there and take away the points. I think that has got to have been the easiest run through for the Category 5 riders. I mean, this has been a real battle, but I think there's kind of been a bit of a capitulation. I think the riders have gone, do you know what? Master Malice is going to have this. We're going to save our energy
for the climb.
Yeah, the sprints come so close to the climb. You 4.2k from sprint 3 to 4. You've got 5.5k from where we've just seen the final sprints running in at the 39.4k marker to the start of the climb. They're so close. So within 10k of the finish, of the start of the finish climb. So that's really, really tough.
And in that Category 5 race, the argument is if you are in the counter for the points for the win of the sprint competition, it's worth contending the sprint. If you're not, save the energy, sit in the draft and wait till you get to the climb and then put the power down for the win. The Category 2 race is coming up to it's coming close to the 30 kilometre marker. They're at the 29.2k marker. They're on the transition between the first two sprints and the second two. Andre Notz doing a brilliant job in terms of those sprints and really showing his power and prowess off the front of the group. He's in the mix, he's watching the race, and he's making sure this doesn't run away from him. Mundell, Ospina, Bjorkland, Allenjung, Lewis, Bennett, Betty, all in that race at the moment and all at the front of the pack. They are some way up the road still from the Category 1 race on the left-hand side of your screen. 3 kilometres the difference at the moment, and that shows me just how quick the Category 2 race is moving. And the Category 1 race, well, Pedersen has decided to pick up the pace now, and Osborne has had to do the chasing.
So Category 1 just being patrolled by Jason Osborne, the world champion, as these riders continue to push their way in towards that final climb. Really is a race of two halves, metaphorically, if not in distance, or in fact time covered, as they make their way in through to that final climb. Category 1, the last of our 6 groups of riders to leave the start pens. Our riders categorised from our standard race category, Category 6, through 5, 4, 3, 2, and into Category 1, which is our elite riders. The riders at the moment scattered from the 46 kilometre marker right the way to the 27.5 kilometre marker. Our Category 6 riders on the right-hand side of your screen, the riders who are on the ascent already of the final climb. Sandwiched in between all of our categories 5, 4, 3, and Category 2 here. And as we hit these bridges, you can see the riders who we see really instigating affairs, riders like Mr. X100, SS, who we're seeing Wozniak, we saw Simmons up here. They're trying to use these bridges just to make it that little bit harder, but they're going to have limited success. You've got accelerations for the bridges. You've got accelerations like we're seeing here for our sprint here in Category 1 as they take this left-hand turn here. The riders at this 27k marker in Category 1, they're looking for those bridges. They're looking for any chance they can to break it up, aren't they? Just like Category 2.
And losing 1 or 2 riders off the back, if you can do that off of every bridge and there's 4, 5, 6 of them, that's 10, 12 riders who have gone out of the pack. It's really, really a great tactic. And you're improving, as you say, you're improving your odds when you get into the base of the climb. If the group is not as big because you have utilised these bridges. And it's a team competition, let's remember that this week. And 3 riders to count. If you've got more than 3 riders in your team, you might be deliberately giving those riders instructions to push on at the bridges, to push on early. I'm staying in the pack. You protect the 3 riders who you want for the finish. You use your other riders to get rid of the rest.
And if you've only got 3 riders, as long as your 3 riders are in the leading group, if you've got the ability to put the hammer down, even as though just those 3 riders, and get the lead group to not have 3 riders from another team, you've instantly taken them out as your competition in that team competition as well. So we're going to see who's going to be able to play those tactics on the fly in the later starting categories. But Category 5 now starting to make the way towards the climb. They're currently just over a kilometre away, I think, before they go in to that point. So just over 2k to the base of the climb. Category 6, though, Vargas, Antonin at the moment with Lalowitz, Reddington just at a second. The gap starting to open up. Savic currently in 5th place, and Marza in 6th, Truba in 7th. So at the moment, the race really breaking up in Category 6. And if you look at the top right-hand side of that Category 6 screen, you can see on the radar view, those purple discs, each disc representing a rider, are now scattered down the slopes from one hairpin turn to another, with the leaders keeping the pressure on here. The gap's not huge. 1 second to Reddington is not massive, and 4 seconds to Savic, again, not huge at all. Meanwhile, Category 1, just taking a quick look across, Jason Osborne has gone on the move here. Always a dangerous moment. He's gone at 6.5 watts per kilo. Lyndon Milostic is doing the chasing, the youngster from Australia, looking to close the gap back down again now. Pedersen also now starting to pay attention, not wanting to let Osborne go. He knows the danger. You cannot let them you can't let a rider of the quality of Osborne get anything more than a second or 2, because it's like you've just waved a red rag at a ball. It's
No,
just like,
the teams have got
here
to
you
be
go.
on it. They've got to be absolutely on it. They've got to be the second Osborne goes, bang, get a rider down the road, close the gap. If you don't close the gap and the rest of the field doesn't go, at least you've got a rider with Osborne, which is a hard thing to do because when Jason Osborne really starts to fire his engines, trying to stay with him is a very, very difficult job. But you've got to try and you've got to put a rider down the road. And if you're lucky, the group will come back and you'll all get back on the wheel. Now somebody else goes off the front. Look at that. You make the catch, you go straight up and over the top. Pavel Skierski is the rider with Bjorn Andres and two aggressive riders in this Category 1 race, now doing the business on the bridge. The group is stretching. You can see that in the Category 1 race as they come down the other side. It will concertina back together on the flatland, but then they go through another selection of bridges.
So the riders making the way over these bridges, making the way around these twists and turns before they head up on to that final climb here, the Alto do Aguila climb that takes the riders up towards our finishing line. Remember the climb checkpoint, which is where our checkpoint prize is awarded, as well as today, because there is only one climb on the men's race route. It also counts as the only climb in the climb competition. So it's a double bonus if you can get through that climb checkpoint first. If you get through there first, you then got to hold on a further 500 meters, 0.5 of a kilometer, before you get to the finishing line at 50.3k. And it really is going to be tough to hold on unless you've got a good gap. If you have to sprint for that climb, you're going to have to be tempering that with how much effort do you need to take a climb checkpoint and how much do you think, what chance do you think you have of taking the overall win? If you can go clear on your own, that takes that right out of the equation. Now, but you can improve the odds, as we were saying earlier, by whittling the group down, and that's what we're seeing definitely much more at the moment in Category 6 because they are onto the climb. And they've seen that gap come down. We've got the numbers come down. We've got Vargas, Reddington, Antonin, and Lalowitz together. Reddington having made contact with the group as the Category 6 race in those purple race jerseys. The riders in Category 5 are just about to make their way towards the base of the climb. Remember, the climb are 44.9. And then don't forget, you have got the rest of the race field. Scum categories 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All out on the same route, all at the same time. It's all effectively one race with the staggered race start, but the prizes are awarded individually. For the full race results, split by category, split by with the splits for the climbs, for the sprints, then go on to MyWhoosh.com. On there, you can see as the riders go through each checkpoint, that checkpoint updated, you can then filter that by race category to know who is where in there. It's one of the tools that we use, giving you a little bit trick of the trade there in the commentary box. And of course, don't forget, once the race is ended, you can catch up with the results and lots of great data on mywhooshinfo.com, the site run by Jakub Wojciech. A big thank you to him for all of his work over the year. He makes this race brilliant for everybody.
Well, Olivier Simmons doing the business again in the Category 2 race. Is the final sprint of the day, and he wants to take that skin suit off of Andre Notes. It's going to be interesting to see. Does Notes take the third place? Well, I think the answer is yes, but those points picked up by Olivier Simmons through the Mompox City sprint are going to be enough for him to take that overall.
So, Category 3 at the moment, having gone through with Morten, I think Christensen, the fastest rider there in Category 3. Category 2, it was Olivier Simmons who went through ahead there of Nuss and Langevin. But I'll tell you something, it's given the points and the jersey overall to Olivier Simmons, and he will take that on. So it's another sprint win for Olivier Simmons as he goes in through to add to his overall title.
One more sprint to go.
Oh, it's a one more.
One more sprint to go.
Yes.
That was 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. Well, so take all that back. Just erase that for your brain. Yeah, just suck it back on the reels. You remember when you used to rewind the tape with the sort of the play pressed half down as well. So you
And then the tape, you used to have to wind the tape back with a pencil because it just all used to come unwound. Or is that just showing exactly how old I am?
I was actually thinking of the big spools, and that's even before my time, because that's what you could do with the big spools.
Well, let's just go back to category 2, shall
Yes.
we? At the Wax Palm sprint with 1 sprint to go, Simmons takes the skin suit off of Andre Nortz. Jesse Langevin picking up 4 points, though, in between the two of them. He's looking good as well.
So 3 of them in the hunt for the skin suit. As we are likely to see a counter-attack come, and it looks like it's coming from Mr. X100, Marcin Trzaskowski, and Vidal Mayer, 3 of our regular attackers and regular breakaway riders in category 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. They're just heading in past the pens here to go underneath the archway in the cavernous mouth that takes you into the subterranean tunnels with the elevated roadway over the water underneath.
These 3 riders need to get a shimmy on them, because getting 3 riders down the road would be a really great thing, because there's currently 63 riders in total still in the category 2 bunch.
So 63 riders still in contention in category 2. Come on, guys, get a wiggle or a wriggle on. Do let us know whether you think it's get a wiggle or a wriggle. It has been a point of some debate in the Full Speed Events offices during the course of the week in the run-up to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Martin and myself from Full Speed Events putting words to the action once again, all the way through 2025 and into 2026. Now, Emma, have you almost exhausted your stats from 2025?
I'm not sure I could ever exhaust my stats.
Well, at some point.
What would you like to know? We've not talked about King of the Mountains in the category, in the men's race. We could do that now, because the category 6 race are on a mountain.
And they're about to hit the archway in about a couple of minutes' time. So,
they are indeed.
So hang around.
Well, let's just take a look at what the category 1 race is up to at the moment, because Michael Knudsen, Osborne, Skierski, Kaminsky, Dont, well, they're all bringing Knudsen back in at that 35.3 kilometre marker, because he's just gone through the checkpoint and picked up 5 points in that sprint competition. Skierski, though, has managed to go through in 3rd place and keep 3 points, which means he keeps that green skin suit.
They're on the left-hand side of your screen. And before we go dive back into the stats, just taking a look on the right-hand side of your screen, Finlay Reddington in category 6. As we're coming up to this climb checkpoint, and on the radar screen, we can see the finishing line as well, has gone clear of Diego Vargas. Not all that long ago, he was having to bridge across to the 3 leaders. Now Reddington has not only got to them, he's gone past them, and he's opened a gap on Vargas at the moment, who's in 2nd place, Savic in 3rd. So through the climb banner goes Finlay Reddington. He will take the checkpoint and the polka dot skin suit, taking away the win in the King of the Mountains, in the climbs competition. Do you want to get some quick KOM stats before we get into the finish?
Well, just before we get into the finish, Reddington picks up his first King of the Mountains win. And Kennett has 4, Llewellyn and Prince both have 3. He's not got far to go as Finlay Reddington, and he's only new to the Sunday Race Club. So 2026, we could see him head the King of the Mountains competition in category 6. At the moment, he's got 400 metres to go, 300 metres to go for his first potential win on the Sunday Race Club. And what a way to round out 2025 with a win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. With 250 metres to go, he's got 7 seconds back on the rider behind Vargas, and he is heading towards the finish line now.
So category 6 about to finish their race here today on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. This is the very last race of 2025.
Well, Finlay Reddington looks up and sees the UCI banner with less than 100 metres to go. He's 10 seconds clear of Diego Vargas. He knows he's got the win. He's celebrating already. What a way to finish 2025. Finlay Reddington joins the Sunday Race Club, takes his first win in category 6. So Diego Vargas is going to come through for second place today in Category 6 as we drop back in with Category 5, who are some way further back down the mountain. Diego Vargas comes over the line 11 seconds behind Finlay Reddington in Category 6, and the battle in Category 6 is now on for third place. In fact, it's Nikola Savic who has taken that at 24 seconds.
So all of the full race results on MyWhoosh.com. Go to the main menu and then go to results. Find the live race, which at the moment is the race final, the monthly final for December. And then you can check out either the climbs, the sprints, the individual or the team competitions. All of the results on there. They also, once verified, will be up on the MyWhoosh info pages as well. Reddington taking away the climate competition and then continuing to the finish with enough of a gap to hold on to that race lead. Are we going to see Tarati able to do the same in Category 5? They are further down the hillside here. The gap between those race starts was 10 minutes to start off with. And we're in with Silvanto Tarati at the moment in person on the left-hand side of your screen.
I'm liking to think he's got the blinds down because the glare off the snow in Switzerland is so bright he can't concentrate without the blinds.
Probably couldn't see the screen.
I know. But whilst winter hits the northern European area, summer is hitting Australia and New Zealand. And we've got riders from both sides of the world. But Tarati at the moment at the 47.9 kilometre marker is climbing really strongly in that Category 5 race. Jeremy Horn, who's had a great month, as well as Arthur Corbani, the young rider who we said would be in the mix earlier on today, all part and parcel of that Category 5 battle.
So our race categories making the way out on race route. You can see 4 of the 5 categories still to finish. Categories 1, 2, 5 and 4 on your screens at the moment. Category 2 being led out at the moment by Mr. X100, putting the pressure on once again, looking to open up a gap. Ross Fawcett looking to come across the gap here. I think maybe just looking to get a bit of sliding room there at the 40 kilometre marker. Another classic counter attack. They've gone through the final sprint at 39.4k, and yet again another counter punch going over the top at the point when the sprinters have just expended energy, when the bunch has accelerated up to speed to stay in contention. Riders then using that impetus and that momentum to drive forwards and go clear as the bunch subsides its energies, its efforts. Well, that's when these riders then attack and move clear. Mr. X100 and Ross Fawcett now with 3 seconds to the bunch. Fawcett on your screens on the left-hand side in person. On your screen, the second of the 2 riders with the red and black helmet rather than the yellow bike. So to the left at the moment as they make their way down here. Fawcett on the moving to the right hand side, looking to try and get as much draft as possible. The wind is coming from the left, so the draft available is on the right hand side. The advantage running on the right. Basically, the riders need to be the direction the arrow is pointing rather than the side of the arrow on the dial. Hope that makes sense.
Well, just moving towards the final checkpoint of the day, it is the Category 1 pack, and Bjorn Andreasen is dialing it because Pavel Skirski's in the green skin suit and he's running in fast behind Ricardo Panizza, though wants it because he's coming up and over the top. Michael Plantro is there as well, but that was Andreasen versus Plantero for that, and Panizza in there as well. Panizza is the rider indeed who gets it. Andreasen in 2, Plantero in 3, Kaminski in 4. Skirski picks up 1 point in that competition that time around. You can see Ricardo Panizza leading through the Category 1 race for the Wenger boys at the 52-minute marker. Jesse Langeveen led through Category 2. 3, 4, 5 and 6, they have all gone through that point at the moment and are all heading towards the finish line.
So those riders make their way in towards the very final finish line for the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for 2025. I'm going to just take a little bit of a chance because we're just a little way from our finish at the moment. Emma, we talked about 2025, we've got 2026 coming up. generally
Yes.
happens. We've got a whole new year on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
Yeah.
6 race categories. Got the wind introduced towards the end of 2025, which I think has made a big difference. It certainly mixes up the racing. Riders having to think tactically and using that as well. We've seen so many improvements on everything from what we're able to show people, the number of people who are on the game. What are you looking forward to in 2026? What would you like to see on the Sunday Race Club in 2026?
Can I tell you what I'd really like to see?
Go on.
A larger women's race field.
Okay.
So we've had, as we mentioned earlier on, 1,142 different riders enter the Sunday Race Club this year. The men's race field is now topping around 400 every week. The women's has just topped 200. I'd love to see a few more women pick up the mantle and ride the Sunday Race Club. It is for everybody. It is for you. If I was not in this commentary box, if I was not sat on this chair every week, I would be on the Sunday Race Club. Everybody I speak to says it makes them fitter. It is good racing, and it is. But there are lots of other things I'd love to see. But that is probably my main one. What about you, Matt?
And what would I like to? I would like to see more of the same. Lots of great racing, lots of attacking. I'm loving the fact we've got lots of different routes. So I'm looking forward to see new routes. I always love a new route. So when we have the new worlds coming in like Bhutan, I love to go out and ride those.
Bhutan is hilly.
It is hilly. That's the only downside. Can we have more flat routes, please? Everybody's got a request for the team about where we're gonna go next in MyWhoosh. So many different worlds. I think for me, I'm looking forward to seeing more of the race action as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the impact is as more people race the Cycling Esports League on a Tuesday. And what that does in terms of how people race, because it's going to impact, it's going to give another really great training session, but another great race session on a Tuesday. And does that bring in more riders, maybe like Arthur Kobani, who try it on a Tuesday, then come and race on the Sunday Race Club? Because you don't need, there's not quite the same level of the hoops aren't quite as high to jump through to race on the Cycling Esports League as they are on the Sunday Race Club. So it's a great way to get into racing. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens and how that brings that on, because I think that's really going to establish itself on MyWhoosh over the next year. And I'm really looking forward to that going on. And seeing how that brings riders into Sunday Race Club, because it's the riders for me that make the racing. Yes, the pictures there, the canvas is laid down by MyWhoosh. We might put a soundtrack to it, but it's the riders who make it. And at the moment, Arthur Kobani is doing that in style.
He is. And, he's one of the younger riders on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. And I do like our under-23 riders, the new riders coming through, the future of cycling esports. But I also love the fact that the Sunday Race Club is for everybody. We've got riders into their 60s and 70s racing the Sunday Race Club as well. And it is absolutely for everybody. Well, Arthur Kobani is doing the business. We said he'd go well on this climb today, and he absolutely is. Taking the Alto Aguila climb in Category 5 ahead of Jeremy Horn. Silvano Turati, who we saw on our screen, goes through in third. Tavi Matilla goes through in fourth, and Sami Tuomi goes through in fifth. They're going to be contending the UCI banner at the top of the climb as well. And I tell you something, Turati on the bottom of your screen is closing down the gap ahead of him. He's closing down the gap to Horn, and Kobani is going to have to work to hold on here. The young rider on your screen is doing the business, but he's got around 150 meters, and they are closing down behind. Horn and Turati are side by side at 6 seconds. Kobani has at the moment. He's going to take a look ahead of him, and he's going to be motivated by that UCI banner. Arthur Kobani, the rider from Brazil, gets a round of applause by my commentator next to me in the commentary box right now, as Kobani is going to take the win on Category 5 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, rounding out 2025 in style. He celebrates. Horn and Turati battle it out for second place in that Category 5 race. And Turati comes through just ahead of Jeremy Horn for second.
Great to see Silvano and Arthur there in action. Arthur holding on to take away that win. Absolutely brilliant. Now, in the climb competition in Category 4, approaching the line fast. Rani Samela was the rider who took away the polka dot skin suit, and that's the rider on our screens at the moment. Behind him, it was Bushta, Yannicki, Piera, and Fiera, the riders who took the points. But the run for the line is on. Rani Samela looking to capitalise on the gap that he had. It was
8 seconds.
8 seconds.
8 seconds Samela had at the polka dot banner. He's going to push on now and drive to the finishing line. He is clear of the chase behind. Butcher, Yannicki, Piera, Ferreira are all in the battle behind for second, third, fourth, and fifth. But right at the moment, Butcher cannot close down Samela. Rene Samela in category 4 is heading towards the UCI banner. He has got around 20 meters to go. Raphael Butcher on your screen, low cadence, pushing on all the way to the finish line, taking the win at the end of December 2025.
So let's dive in with category 3 here today. So category 3 pushed the way up this climb. They're chasing category 4. We're just going to get a little bit of a double check on the results as they come through. All the things updating as they go. Category 3 are rocketing the way up here at the moment, Emma. In category 3, in terms of climbs, our sprints are done and dusted with. Climbers in that category 3 race. I mean, we're seeing Kabawi here at the moment. Now Batty, though, surely got to be one of the favourites.
Oh, no, Batty holds the most climb wins in the category 3 race for 2025.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, 8 wins for Batty to Becca's 5.
Okay, so Becca's got 5. Batty's got 8. Yeah, once it goes uphill, I mean, we saw Narbati in the MyWhoosh Championships. I mean, absolutely storming up the climbs there, didn't we, in the summer? He's a great climber. He's always going to be in there. I was doing it on field. You got the numbers. So it's nice to know that we agree. Let's have a look, though, in category 1. The last rider set out from our race pens. That was some 1 hour and 39 seconds ago.
Well, I'm giggling because Bjorn Andresen is off the front of the pack again. I do love it. Bjorn Andresen is one of the highlights of category 1 for me. He's always aggressive and he's always on the attack.
So as these riders continue to push on here in category 1 to close down Bjorn Andreasen, a rider with itchy feet today, as always. Of course, he did take his win when he took his win in the World Championships. When he took the win in the World Championships, he took the win by taking a breakaway, didn't he? He did a lone breakaway to take his win there.
He did indeed.
Okay, let's go from category 1 back to category 3. As Kabawi at the moment has, oh, look at this, 13 seconds to Batty. Batty is behind. We're at 49.9k. Surely this is enough. He's done enough now.
Well, I think you'll find he has, but I think there's a real battle on for second, third, and fourth because Batty, Dannies, and Badil are absolutely locked together on the climb behind. And then it's a further 14 seconds back to the chase being led by Stedman. So there'll be a battle for that final position in the top 5. But at the moment, Marcin Kabawi is the rider on your screen, and he's got 200 meters to go until he sees the finish line. Well, he gets to the finish line for the Sunday Race Cup. For the final in December for 2025 in category 3, Marcin Kabawi is going to take his first win on the Sunday Race Cup. Congratulations, Kabawi, a 2025 final win.
Great riding.
It is indeed great riding. Badil, Dannies are all battling behind in that category 3 race for second, third, fourth, and then the battle for fifth further on behind. It's going to be interesting to see who can come over the line, but it looks as though it's David Badil who's going to take second place, the young rider in that category 3 race from Camille Dannies, and Noel Batty taking 4th place today.
So the results coming in live here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club with category 3 leaders just making the way in over the line. A win for Kabawi, and those are riders coming in, chasing all the way to the line. Remember, there are 10 prizes available in each of our race categories for the individual riders. There are 7 team prizes available for our riders as well. No, so teams. It's 3 riders added together that gives us the total team time. The fastest team time taking away a top spot. Those teams coming in through the finish critical for the team win. Quite a lot of teams already in over the line. It's literally updating faster than I can read them to you. 32 teams already over the line, with more than 3 riders in through the finish
Should
so
we do some
far.
rounding up?
Let's get some teams. Let's get some teams out whilst we've got the chance. Why not?
So category 6, winning category 6 today, Stoppies Racing from BMC 60s. Category 5, winning category 5 today, Ride Club Finland from Level Up. Category 4, winning category 4 in the men's race today, it is Cycle District 4 from Cat for Fun. Category 3, it's close. It's really close. Bleu Blanc Rouge from Take That.
So Bleu Blanc Rouge. Try and do it in my best French accent. Bleu Blanc Rouge. From which is Canal Davis, Thierry Boulanger and Pierre Fell, taking away the win. 3 hours 53, their total team time. Take That.
35 seconds back.
Yeah, super close. That's Stedman along with Stedman and Squilari and Kansara. Okay, let's go back to category 2 because we've still got 2 more categories to come to our race finish. Ross Fawcett, clearly now the hunger pangs have reached the stage where it's...
he needs to get a move on.
He's aware. He can probably smell dinner burning in the oven at the moment. He's literally got that much of a wriggle on to get clear. He has got Oniakas for company. So the 2 riders in the centre of your screen, at the bottom centre of your screen, are the lead 2 riders on the road at the moment.
2K to go.
And the gap is a whopping ginormous 3 seconds. It's nothing.
Oh, it is enough to give them motivation to continue on trucking. And Jacobs and Fawcett climbing strongly at the moment in that category 2 race on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, Jason Osborne has unleashed the firepower of the World Championships jersey, and he's climbing away. He's 10 seconds clear of Lyndon Milostic, Ruben Dont, Kel Power, Lionel Vuyas in the group behind. Well, it's Lyndon Milostic who is in no man's land at the moment. The young rider from Australia. Can I just tell you, there's one young rider on some really good form at the moment. The last couple of weeks, he has been putting in some really strong rides on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Cup. Really great to see. And he's the rider in between Jason Osborne and the pack. Great climber. Great young rider for the future. Category 2, well, Jacobs and Fawcett have been joined.
And they've been joined by a whole host of riders.
A plethora.
Yeah, I can think of loads of words, but I'm not going to use all of them because we'll be here till they got over the line. Let's concentrate on the racing rather than reading the dictionary.
Peter Milostic is on the front of the group at the moment. And we are seeing him leading the Category 2 race.
So Category 1, left-hand side of your screen. Category 2, right-hand side of your screen. Making the way up this climb, you can see Category 1 leader Jason Osborne has gone clear of Lyndon Milostic, who's the rider on your screen. Right-hand side of your screen, Miller leading the group at the moment. No clear breakaway. Miller, the man on the move at the moment at 7 watts per kilo in Category 2, looking to open the gap on everybody else. The move coming from behind, it's Kerkat who's going behind him. SS starting to respond. Peter Milostic has now kicked once again. Peter Milostic, plenty of people will tell you don't want to take Peter Milostic to a sprint finish.
Not at the top of a climb.
He's got a phenomenal kick on him. But Kane is in the mix here as well. Another rider who could be looking to finish this off today. Guerra is in the mix. Fleabus is there as well. I tell you who's come to the fore here. Fournier.
Oh,
and that
Fournier
is a dangerous man. He is. I tell you something. If ever you had a rider that you didn't want to take anywhere near the finish, never mind to the sprint, it would be Fournier, because you know he's going to be in there at the kill.
Well, Fournier does have a kick on him right at the finale, but at the moment, so does Miller. Kerhart is there as well. SS is there. I've also just seen Milostic, Kane, Guerra, Ibrahim. They are all lining up here. But it's Stuart Miller, the rider, doing the business on the front of the pack at the moment, leading them towards the banner. They have, well, look at this. They're coming up with 650 metres to go, and the riders are continuing to push here in the Category 2 race. The riders at the front of the group, it is Stuart Miller on the front of the group at the moment still, as we see the riders push on at the moment. SS is there, Guerra is there, and the riders continuing to work up the climb.
So at the moment, you can just see that the big kick coming from SS to close down Miller. Miller going through the Alta de Aguila climb ahead of the rest of the riders in Category 2. So Miller taking away the points and the polka dot skin suit that you can see now adorns his avatar on the final slopes of the Alta Aguila. Miller from SS, from Guerra, Milostic, Kayan rounding out the top 5. It is a huge, huge group of riders, about 18 riders strong that chasing back. At the moment, Miller has the lead, though.
He does, but Guerra is on the move, and we're in with Nathan Guerra at the moment, tapping a really strong rhythm, and one of the riders determined to get a win on the Sunday Race Cup. He has had one win already. It's given him a taste, and he's chasing SS and Miller. They've not got far to go. That's the banner. The banner is coming very, very quickly. This is going to be a 2-up sprint, I think, and SS has launched. What can Stuart Miller do? Can Miller respond to SS as he's gone up and over the top? Stuart Miller, he's climbed to perfection with the polka dots, but it's SS who takes yellow today in the Category 2 race. Stuart Miller will come through for second. Nathan Guerra for third. Peter Milostic, well, will he take fourth? No, it's Vidal Mayer who takes fourth. Peter Milostic takes fifth.
So great sprint finish there. Miller, who instigated that move to go clear, to take that polka dot, just not having enough in the tank when SS launched his trademark kick towards the end. He's a rider with a real big kick. You can repeat that sprint. It might not be a 20 watt per kilo super sprint to finish, but my goodness, it's repeatable time and time again, and he puts it to good use. One man who's not going to need to sprint, Jason Osborne, under the Alto do Aguila climb. The last of our race leaders out on the road in all 6 of our race categories. He's got the gap to Milostic. It is not, I'm going to repeat, it is not of a scale that we would normally see. It is only a matter of seconds, and we're talking 13 seconds between Lyndon Milostic and Jason Osborne. Knudson's chasing hard behind Milostic. The riders can't hesitate.
Well. He's climbing really, really well today, the young Australian rider. But Jason Osborne, the world champion, has 300 metres to go. He's going to swing around the corner and see the banner. Milostic is 13 seconds behind. Knudsen 25 seconds further back. Knudsen leading a huge group of riders up the mountain. But Jason Osborne is the rider who is going to go through and underneath the UCI banner in first place. He's in polka dots, but there's a world championship jersey underneath. He's going to pick up yellow as well and take the win in the December final for 2025. The young Australian rider was second in those Australian championships this year. He is a talent for the future and one to watch. Lyndon Milostic is going to come through for second place today on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Cup. Vujasin, Knudsen, Jones and Pedersen are battling it out behind. It's going to be Vujasin who comes through in third place today. Jones, Knudsen, Dane wide across the road. What a race in that Category 1 race. It is indeed Vujasin in third, Jones in fourth, Jakob Dane in fifth, Michael Knudsen in sixth, Niall Pedersen in seventh, Safra Zadie in eighth, Dont in ninth.
The riders are pushing all the way to the line. I think Kaminsky, the sprint winner, going to be the rider on the way through. We're going to take a double check. I think Skirsky should hold that sprint jersey as goes into that finishing line. Riders on the way into our race finish here in all of our race categories. Still category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 riders coming to the finishing line. Jason Osborne, though, taking the race win, 1 hour, 11 minutes, 40.289 seconds, 16.267 seconds clear of his nearest rival. That's Lyndon Milostic of the Venga boys. Some brilliant, brilliant riding by our riders out on the race route in all of our race categories, in this, the men's and the women's races. All of the race results are coming in still to our computers. If you're out there riding in the competition, keep on riding. Remember, today is a team competition as well. Let's just bring you the last of our winners. Goats taking the win in category 2 ahead of the Hitmen. And in category 1, team competition,
Oh,
it's close. Third place,
Alpha Jaw,
second place.
Team Scandi Racing,
Team winners in category 1 fastest team time.
Boss Moves Only, 27 seconds ahead of Team Scandi Racing, 31 seconds ahead of Alpha Jaw.
So that is our teams competition winners wrapped up, but still prize winners out on the slopes of the Alto Aguila. Don't forget, you could be joining our riders. Please do download the app on iOS, on Android, on Windows. Take a check of the website. It's www.mywhoosh.com for all of the specs that you need to be able to run, what you need to be able to ride. You can ride with speed sensors on a set of rollers on your phone. Or, of course, don't forget that you could also have the best gaming PC in the world and be riding in a pain cave the size of a cinema. Whatever your setup, jump on board. Come in with us. Come and join us on the Sunday Race Club. My name's Matt Payne. It's a pleasure putting words to the action on the Sunday Race Club. You can catch hold of me and get updates at Matt Fixer Payne. It has been a massive pleasure, as always, to be in the commentary box with Emma Martin, my co-host here today. Emma, you can get in touch with at biking_Emma on Instagram. I'm going to say a big thank you to Emma for being co-commentator for so long on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Always fun, and we always look forward to you getting in touch with us. I'm going to say that for Emma as well as myself. I'm going to say a big thank you to Jakub Wojciech of MyWhoosh Info. Don't forget to check out MyWhooshInfo.com. It's always great to get those stats, and there's so much info to dive in. Thank you very much to our riders for racing and really making the action happen. To you for watching the action that's brought to you by an amazing team behind the scenes at MyWhoosh, who not only make the game and put that together. Don't forget, MyWhoosh, free to enter, free to race, and free to download and use. But the team behind the broadcast as well, who put the pictures together, who get you the images, stream it out and around the world all year long. The final races of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for 25 are done and dusted.
Come and join us in 2026.
Have a great new year if you are celebrating that, whatever you're doing, whether you're watching the fireworks in Abu Dhabi, you're at the Leeward Desert Festivals, or you're at home with maybe some friends or family, whatever you're doing, or maybe you're going to go on your bike over New Year. Emma and I, well, we're probably going to start getting ready for next week's show, to be honest. You can catch up with me on the UCI Cyclocross YouTube channel very shortly if you're watching this live, because the World Cup is in action. We'll be back with the Sunday Race Club next week. Until then, stay safe. Enjoy your riding. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.